YouTube. Me, my channel. Well, it's back up. I just can't see what y'all are saying. So, that's something. F my L. I've got two people in here now. I don't know. Let me go back to, let me try to share this. I just don't have a chat box. So, oh well. I got my phone. If I need to, I can pull up YouTube. In fact, I might do that. YouTube. Hey Lauren, how you doing? Welcome back to the stream. I was just having me some technical issues. And then I tried using OBS over slobs, and that didn't want to work. That's just software that I use to stream ingest. You're sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Oh god, it's so slow. Yeah, go to my channel, stupid. Go to my channel, stupid. What's wrong with you? Hey, Jay Betta. How you doing? I have to do some clever, we're probably going to get some crosstalk from my stream that I have to open up on my computer so I can see the chat. You know what I might do is just open the chat on my, let me see. I'm a little dark right now, I understand that. Sorry about that. But, let me try something. Okay, I see y'all. Yep, okay, that's kind of working. We're getting there. You like the dark? So sleepy. Let's see if I can get this chat to load. Give me the chat. Where's my chat at? There's the chat. So, no more demons. Oh, we're gonna do some more rituals. Don't you worry. Because if even one or two of y'all do some rituals, that means the demons get to come say hi to you. Go get the car, a tire iron, and sleep with it. And make some sage chicken. Puts Chappy on mute. Why'd you put me on mute? I'm starting to think Jay Betta is a demon, maybe. Jay, you live in Texas, right? I wish I had, I could, oh, jeez. Not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do that. How about we shrink it from the top? That might work. California. Well, you got to come to Texas, bud. And when I hit 1,000 subscribers, we're gonna do some, we're gonna do some rituals. Sleepy Sianta. All right. All right. Yay, Josh came back. I don't know this Josh. I only know Sianta. So I'm trying to get this chat to where I can see how many people are in it. Oh, that's cool. I can't. All right, nice. Nice. That's... Or what if I can just set up the chat box on here? Let me see if that starts working. Because for the longest time, it did. And it has not in a while. My computer's chugging right now. Sorry if it messes up on you. Let's check the source. Yeah, okay. Okay, done. Doesn't look like it's gonna work. It's alright, we'll add another one. I can't see what y'all are saying right now. Let me go to the YouTube app. Zenzers. Yay, Zen. The mod god is here. That's right. Chat box. Let's add a chat box. Add source. Hey, look at that. It's working now. All right. Look at that. We got a little chat box right here, so I can finally see what y'all are saying. Let me make this smaller to make my screen larger so I can see what y'all are saying. Hey, Punchy. Welcome back to the stream. Oh, I should unlock that, shouldn't I? Unlocked. Okay. Put y'all right about there. And grow this thing a little bit. And then, see, this is probably annoying to y'all, but since I'm not seeing chat, I would very much like to be able to read what y'all are saying. So now I can close that YouTube, yeah, okay, I can close that. Cool. I want the rice fish. I don't have to watch your video. Oh, pop, you son of a bitch. My elbow needs to pop. I'm going to play with power tools this week. Yay. Aren't you pregnant? Should you not? I'm pretty sure that's like one of the rules. Don't let pregnant women play with power tools. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. He's doing this. I'm going to brush my hair and wash my face. I took a shop class. Nice. Well, alright, we're going to go on to the next ritual. Oh, that was all of them. Did I read 10 of them? That's sure. Oh, that was 5. Okay, let's find some more. There's the 3 kings. Huh. Well, here's one. I don't know how to say it yet. Let me look up the word. Let's see.
Pronouncenames.com. Tsuji. Tsuji.
Chujisara? I believe it's called Chujisara. So we're going to give this a shot. Here we go. Wait, let's see. I took a shop class. It's -4 outside right now. I skipped just stream to watch it. Hee hee. Well, thank you very much. Ooh, my screen looks really big because I had to blow it up so I can see what y'all are saying. This is how you see your profile picture, Chappy. We're all tools. I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean, Bella? Is that how you see our profile pictures? I don't know. Um, we're gonna get on to the next one. This one's called The Fortune Game, or Fortune Game, not the. The chat on the screen. Um, I mean, I just need the chat on the screen, so the mod icon. Yeah, everybody has a mod icon. Because my chat on this side isn't working. Usually, off to the side, I have y'all's chat. We looking like tools. Oh, I get it because all the blue wrenches. What is it? Oh God, what's that stream? No, Discord. What do you call them? They are right here. PUSA Studios, PUSA Studios. They do hey, everybody watch us and subscribe to this person and blah, blah. They call all their mods Blue Wrench Group. But that's what they do. So this one's called The Fortune Game. Let's read this one. At least we aren't little nuts and bolts. Well, how do you know? How do I know you're not? This ritual you mentioned is on the most. The ritual you mentioned is on the most dangerous ritual. Is it the fortune game? I don't know. Read Tomino's Hell. No, I won't do that. Hand Julie a towel for her face. This towel. Yeah, Julie, get one of my creepy towels, don't you? Well, here we go. We're going to start. So it's going to be hard for me to read what y'all are saying, but I'm going to try to do my best. The fortune game is an ancient Japanese fortune-telling ritual. Years ago in Japan, it was extremely popular and called Tsuja Yura. or Sugiura. I'm not going to get that right. Or Crossroads fortune telling. In Europe, it was called crossroads divination. To play the fortune game, you need a comb and something to cover your face. It can be played alone or with friends. Caution: we advise you to not play this game. Years ago, some Japanese people would commit suicide after playing because they did not like the prediction of the future that they were given. Wait, should I not be reading this one? Beta? I'm going to wait for you to say something. It's okay to read. It's okay to read out loud. You're not making that clear. Maybe you're a demon and you want my soul. You ever thought about that, guys? You ever? Um, Anyways, caution. We do not advise you to play this game. Some Japanese people will commit suicide after playing. To Sugiura, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, because they didn't like the prediction of the future that they were given. Step 1. You take a comb and go out to a crossroads in the evening after dark. Sound the comb 3 times by drawing your fingers along the teeth of the comb. Chant the following 3 times. Well, this is going to be hard. I don't know. This is going to be hard because I don't pronounce it right, but it's Tsuji-Ura. Sugiura, Sugiura, grant me a true response. Step 3. If you wait for a stranger to pass by, it must be a stranger. It cannot be someone you know. When you see the stranger approaching, cover your face with something. A book, a newspaper, or a bag will do. If there are other people with you, they must cover their faces as well. Step 4. Ask the stranger to tell you your fortune. If the stranger does not answer or refuses to tell you, then you have to wait for another stranger to pass by. In Europe, they believed that the ghosts of the dead walk along roads at night. They also believed that the devil could be found at crossroads at night, disguised in human form. So when they played crossroads divination, they were asking their fortune to be told by a ghost or the devil. You never know. The stranger who is telling you your fortune could be a ghostly wanderer or even Satan himself. Interesting fact, the game Sugiura came so popular in Japanese pronounced little crackers. Oh no, the Japanese produced little crackers with fortunes inside. Written on paper were cakes. Shit, I'm having a hard time with this one. Let me read this again. Produced little crackers with fortunes inside, written on paper. These cakes were called Sugiura Sinbai, which means crossroad fortune-telling crackers. Years later in America, after the war, Chinese restaurants adopted these Japanese crackers and named them fortune cookies. So when you eat a fortune cookie at a Chinese restaurant, it comes directly from this old Japanese fortune-telling ritual. Note, another reason why we recommend you don't play this game is that standing at a crossroad in the dark, talking to strangers is an excellent way to get mugged or kidnapped, or both. This one's called The Doors of Your Mind. This game also goes by several names depending on who you talk to, how old they are, and where they grew up. The version known as The Doors of Your Mind seems unique to Reddit, where it appears in 2012. However, some folks remember playing it under the name Black Door, White Door in the mid 1990s, while others recollect a version called Red Door, Yellow Door. No matter which version you play, though, it is relatively low risk compared to a lot of other games and rituals. It's basically a form of meditation, with the goal being simply to explore the contents of your head, visualizing the interior of your mind as a long corridor with many doors and rooms shooting off, as it allows you to take your time walking through everything, potentially helping you sort out problems or maybe just learn something about yourself. Be warned though, there could be some unpleasant or downright nasty things lurking in the location you conjure up. It's not unheard of for threatening personages to appear and lock you in one of these rooms. And getting locked in can sometimes complicate things. Also, know that you don't have to open every door. If you get a bad feeling from one, you might want to leave it shut. You'll need a friend to help you play this one. They'll guide you through the process as well as help you back to the physical world. Um, oh, okay, it was a link. So this is how you play this game. Did Chappy just say senpai? Recipe, meaning what you'll need to make this one work. It's pretty simple, actually. Nothing is hardcore. You know what I think is happening? I'm seeing brain cells die. I just see a little white light. There was one right there just now, but it might have been the way my eyes was looking. It's pretty simple, actually. Nothing as hardcore as the Three Kings stuff, which I would actually never do myself. But I saw something on here that reminded me of this game I played when I was little. You only need a friend and maybe a pillow if you'd like. But the results can be a little surprising. There are a few warning signs to heed when exploring the doors of your dun 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 mind. Cue Twilight Zone music. That's what it says. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. You're about to understand how to peruse your mind like a. This is walking, and I'm always walking upside down. Um, this is how you see into your head. I understand that my frame rate is kind of shit right now. I'm gonna have to break out my other laptop. God, I hope I brought it with me. I don't know. We'll see. I'll check tomorrow. So here we go. Dim the lights and light a few candles. The name of the game is to put you into a nice meditative state. You need to be relaxed and be able to have a free mind. This is most important for this to work. So put on some comfortable clothes and relax. The only useful door to your mind is an open one. Next, lay your head in your partner's lap. Pillows are always nice. Make sure your head is facing up. Your friend will need to rub both your temples in slow circular motions, like a massage. It needs to be relaxing. That is key. Make sure they keep a pretty steady tempo. Much ado, ado? ADO? I don't know that word. Much ado about trancing and meditation. Third, this is where your friend will have to guide you, so to speak. Let your mind, imagination do all the work. This entire time your eyes will be closed and you will be relaxing. Uh, you'll be relaxing descriptive information. Nope. Damn it. Third, this is where your friend will have to guide you, so to speak. Let your mind/imagination do all the work. This entire time, your eyes will be closed and you will be relaying descriptive information to your partner about your surroundings and such. Suggestion: have a third person recording. Never second guess what comes to mind. Simply answer your partner's question without hesitation. As soon as they come to you, just let it happen. And my video capture shut off. Jesus Christ. If it's not one thing, it's another. There we go. Damn, how many people are in this room for the ritual? At most 3. You, your friend, and a recorder. Or maybe just use a smartphone to record. Never second guess what comes to mind. Simply answer your partner's questions without hesitation. As they come to you, just let it happen. Here's what your helper should start to do with you. Nope, here's what your helper should start you with. Damn it, I don't know why I'm having a hard time reading this. There's 6 people in here. You are at one end of a very long corridor. There are numerous doors on both sides of this corridor, spanning the entire length. I want you to explore these doors and the rooms behind them. Describe to me what you see, hear, touch, and feel with great detail. And from there, the exploration even, is up to your mind. Tips and warnings. Always pay attention to the first door. This will give you a clue to what waits for you inside. Note door handles are imperfections. Any imperfections, unusual color, shape, size, also the temperature of the door handle may or may not be important. If you can't decide on a safe word. Oh, Jesus, Julie. If you go into a room full of clocks, leave immediately, or try to. I don't know if the reason behind this was that years ago. I don't know what the reason behind this was. It was years ago. I apologize. All I know is that it was a big deal. You could stay if you wish, but don't stay. Don't say I didn't warn you. You probably shouldn't touch any of these clocks either. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Anybody have an idea why a room full of clocks would be bad? I don't know. Maybe I'll read that in the comments. This isn't going to be helpful, but I remember sometimes something bad about seeing an old ladies too. Shrug. Anybody have any ideas about this as well? Again, this is just stuff I remember from being a kid. Not all things in your mind are benevolent towards you. I'm pretty sure that you know that, hanging around here, but I thought I'd remind you. It's good to ask yourself questions. Sometimes these manifested characters can be quite revealing, but other times they can just bring you down. Follow your gut instinct about certain doors. Sometimes curiosity really does kill the cat. Check what's on your person. Describe what you are wearing. Check your pockets. You might have keys, trinkets, or anything. You never know. That might be useful in your exploration. or at very least symbolic. Be forewarned, I have experienced an inability to remove myself from this dreamlike state. True story. During one of my door sessions, a character locked me in a room and my sister had to shake me violently to awaken me. Happy exploring. That's the doors to your mind. I don't know. Here's a fun one. No cat killing, please and thank you. Recipe: the shoebox telephone. This sounds harmless. How many people do we have in here? I don't know. 17 people. We're back. Awesome. Nobody wants to know what is in my mind, not even me. I feel the same way. I was in a pretty bad mood yesterday. I don't need to be in that mood again. Oh, I do, Pam. I really do. LOL. No. I think humans are really just petulant children wrapped in delusion. And, oh, what was the other thing I said to David? Um, damn it. What did I say? Mm. Oh, adults are just hypocrites wrapped with delusions. I am no exception. I think that's true. We let a lot of things just go. Chappy was possessed by a demon between streams, but we're okay now. That's what you think. Oh, give Chappy love. Chappy doesn't need love right now. Chappy needs subscribers. Oh, oh, I'll be alright. I promise. So this is the shoebox telephone. Let's do this. Some background. While I contributed some details, this game was already being played by many in Juvie before I arrived there. You have to understand that it wasn't uncommon for these kids to be missing one or both parents. So I speculate that doing this may brought some measure of comfort or relief to them, although a few times it made things a lot worse. In any case, for the purpose of this post, I will switch to my believer hat, stop theorizing the psychological reasons why this works like it does, and simply tell you the recipe as we played it way back when. I think it's lower stakes than Three Kings, way less dramatic, and perhaps something you should start with if you've never tried anything paranormal before and get your feet wet kind of thing. Alright, let's get us a ring-a-ding from the shadow side then. This person's fun. What you will need: your phone booth, a closet will do, your handset, a paper cup, your telephone box, a shoe box, your telephone wire, just regular string, the sewing kind, about 2 or 4 feet should be enough. You'll need a needle too. Scissors, some strong object to power the telephone box with. It must have a personal connection to whomever you're trying to talk to. This is very important. A single sheet of paper, a pen, and some sort of flat surface to write on. Setup. The outbound call. Wait for the end of your day right before bedtime. Everything you were going to do that day is either done or it is not. But now, out of this picture and out of your mind. For now, it's just you and the night. Just you and your thoughts alone in your room. Don't turn off the lights, but don't turn off the lights, but do turn off your cell phone, your TV, your stereo, radio, computer, etc. You want zero distractions and absolutely no interruptions. You want quiet. Then just wait for the right time. What's the right time? It's one of those things that are hard to describe, but you'll just know when you see it. You'll just know. It may build up gradually, but when it's finally here, it'll hit you. Zero doubt. Only at this point, you may want to begin writing your letter. If this threshold of certainty never comes within an hour, just go to sleep and try again the next night. If you've been trying for 3 or 4 nights already, your moment never comes, then it may simply be that you're not ready for this. That's okay. Try a different person, or give yourself a break for a few nights. What you don't want to do is write your letter while in doubt. That'd be the wrong number. When you do begin writing, don't erase nor correct any mistakes you make. This includes scrawling words over. Don't. Don't start over either. You only have a single sheet of paper, and your first draft is your final draft. It's ink. Explain to the person why they should give you a ring. Be honest. My personal advice, let it all out. It's not always easy. Don't overthink it, just write. This is why you had to wait for the right time. It'll all make sense. Again, doubt equals wrong number. Never dial a wrong number. It's best to abort the whole thing. When you're done, tie one end of your string to the power object and use a needle. Insert the other end through the center of the bottom of the of the paper cup. Remove the needle, tie a little knot. And now you have a cute little paper telephone, like you probably once made when you were a child. Don't prepare this ahead of time before your letter. Write your letter first, then do the paper cup. Read your letter aloud into the paper cup. Read it sincerely, as if the person on the other end could hear you, including all the mistakes you didn't correct. Just read them. This is your outbound call. Place the object and letter in the shoebox, and place the shoebox on the floor of your phone booth, your closet. Then close the box, but don't seal it. Just let the lid rest there gently. With the string still coming out from under, going up to the paper cup, leave the paper cup standing on top of the box. Leave the scissors on the floor next to the box. You're done. Now all that's left to do is wait for the ring. Showtime. Oh, you're leaving, bud? Have a good night. Thanks for coming. The inbound call. The ring will come in a dream, either that night or some night shortly after. You will dream of that person trying to call you. You will wake up from that dream usually in the middle of the night. You will know it's time to take the call. Don't turn on the light. Don't say a word. Just get up from your bed and go to the phone booth. It's the box. Is the box still closed with the paper clip standing on top? Good. Get in the closet, sit down, slide the door closed. A closed booth is particularly important in case the ring comes in after sunrise, because you'll need darkness. If you find the box open, or if you find the paper cup knocked over, abort mission and snap off the string. Don't take the headset anywhere near your ear. Use the scissors if you can't snap the thread with your hands. It happens. Otherwise, just sit on the floor and press the paper cup to your ear over your other with your hand. This will help you listen. It may take a while. You may not speak. Don't move too much. Keep covering. That was a weird noise. Keep covering one ear with one hand and the other with the headset. Don't touch the box. Some people report an increase in quality after tugging on the string ever so gently. This is fine, but you must be careful. Do not open the box by doing so. Remember, they're calling collect. If it goes through, that shoebox must remain closed for at least a few months. Again, you may not speak, not even if you are asked questions, not even if you're ordered to. You already said your piece at the outbound call. For the inbound, just listen. Avoid noise. When you're done or you want to hang up, at any time simply hold the box closed with one hand, pull the headset with the other hand until the string snaps off. Use the scissors in case of emergency. Keep the shoebox somewhere safe for a few months. Oh, I remember to dispose of the paper cup, too. Burning it is fine. Just don't put it to your ear again. What if after 3 or 4 nights the ring never comes? Maybe they have nothing to say to you. That is okay. Try another person. Don't do this too often. Disclaimer. This may help you get closure, but it could also make things worse. I have many theories about this, which actually prove to me at least certain facts, the skeptic versus believer spectrum, but I'll share these after my experience if any are posted. I don't know if I like that one. What is this? I don't know. How you guys doing? I've just been reading and y'all are just chilling here. I didn't say how long. But if Satan answers the phone, or if Satan calls you, Candyman. Ooh. Big J's Fish. Yeah, I wasn't really good at that one. There was a Bloody Mary story that I read a while ago. It was a really good one. It was a really, really good one. Hey, where'd my little e-cigarette go? Hey Siri, flashlight.
It's on.
I like how she says it's on as soon as she turns it on. Like I don't know that. Swear to God, if a hand reaches at me, I'll be pissed. Demon's like, if I touch you, you're gonna be pissed. Shit, you can't do nothing. There it is. It's right in front of my face. It was right here. Right there. I don't know why you call it me. The devil ritual. Why does that not sound fun? I might start doing this. Like a night of the week, I pick a certain type of story. And, because some people might like these kind of stories. Some people might like cursed objects. Did anyone else's Siri activate when he said, "Hey Siri"? Hey Siri.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. Oh, this is a long one. I love rituals. Did I mention that? No, I like them too. If the devil went down to Georgia, does that mean hell is above Georgia? Well, I mean, it's like maybe he was in New York City where he belongs with all those dang Democrats. Ooh, the socialists. I don't know. What other things does he cover? What do you mean, Miss Mel? Why did you F you? Hey, Julie, what's up? Like other topics. Oh, I do all sorts. There's, I'll tell you. I think tonight is just rituals. I'm having fun with these. But there are like beings and entities. There's murder. There's shit. Let me see. Let me see if I can figure out. Um, beings and entities, deaths, murderers, disappearances, madness, paranoia, mental illness, myths and legends, slashers and gore, nature and outdoors, strange and unexplained, urban legends, folklore and fairy tales, artifacts and objects, beings and entities, psychological horror, fiction and aliens, strange and unexplained, suspense and thrillers, ghosts and spirits, stuff like that, if that helps you at all. It's reloading. Sass. Sass is one of the types of stories. That'd be funny. You don't want to summon me. I'll mess you up. You look stupid in those clothes. I don't know what sassy is. Like I tried. I'm not very whatever. This one is called the Devil Game. You're sassy as a chola. Yeah, a little bit. I lived in Florida. I was raised in Florida, so I've seen a lot of sassy cholas with big old crazy eyebrows, like some they're like this constantly. Those are fun. Like they always look surprised, or their eyebrows are like this, or one is a little higher than the other, so they always look intrigued. it's it's very funny, but you don't laugh at them because they might cut you, or just do normal bitchiness. Which I mean, what fun is that? Another 20 if you do your eyebrows like that. Wait, what do you mean? Like if I do my eyebrows like that, if like draw them on, or if I just keep them like this? I I don't know. Well, you say yes, but you have to understand there's a delay. So I don't know what you're saying yes to. Like remove my eyebrows and draw new ones on. My nickname is Gillette. I will cut you. Draw them on. Not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. That's like for me to cut my hair, it'd be about $10,000 at least. Um, I probably wouldn't budge much from there. And for me to just mm, all my exes, all my exes come from Texas, and they were all crazy sassy. Hell yeah, brother. So here's the devil game. Just do a full face of makeup. I don't know about that. This is the internet. This will stay up here forever. I know a woman who shaved her eyebrows and got new ones tattooed on. I've seen I've seen that. You called her Batman? That's how you feel about your beard? Exactly, bud. Exactly. That's exactly how I laugh. Aw. Anyways, here's the devil game. Uh, always playing with my nose ring or my nose. Oh, I hate the way. I hate cocaine. I just love the way it smells. I'm just kidding. Oh, there was a hair. A mustache hair was getting up there. Pray, for devils have no reason. Satan waits to curse your ways. Have you seen it in his eyes in the sunset? Have you wondered if he's laughing when he plays? Kansas, the devil game. This is a set of instructions for how to speak with the devil, which as many of you with any sort of brains all might note is a patently moronic possession on the face of it, one likely to culminate in any number of thoroughly unpleasant fates. Honestly, it would probably be smarter to publish your credit card number on Facebook or take up a career in crocodile wrestling. But then, this isn't going to stop you, is it? Not if you're sincerely interested, at least. Technically, if you do everything just right, there's a fair chance you'll walk away scot-free. And that seems to be reason enough for some people to decide it's a good idea, especially if you're fate tempting, thrill seeking, scare junkie type, or the desperate type. Which brings me to a point of clarification I ought to make. This is not a manual for making any kind of Faustian bargain. Faustin. I don't know that word. You know, the whole sell your soul type of deal. Although, if you happen to bring it up in the conversation, if you were to happen to bring it up in the conversation, he certainly wouldn't be one to refuse. Following through with such foolhardy bargain, however, you would necessitate removing some of the protections which you will put in place for your conversation. And don't think I need to spell out for you why that would be a bad idea. Wait, what's... Oh, y'all are saying hi. Hey, Chattanooga, how you doing? If you're really mathematically impaired enough to want to trade something for the last, or that will last an infinite number of years for something that might last about 90 tops, there are plenty of other rituals out there for you to follow. This one, if performed correctly, should only allow you to talk. This perhaps begs the question of why exactly would you want to speak with the devil in the first place? Maybe some of you just like the idea of making small talk with extremely dangerous occult entities. But for some of the, but for the sake of the human race, I hope most of you aren't quite that stupid. Short answer is he knows things. Things that some of you may have a deep vested interest in finding out. I mean, he's not omniscient or anything, much as he would like to pretend otherwise. He's not God, but he's definitely got a supernatural advantage over the kind of knowledge any human would be able to obtain. For example, he probably wouldn't be able to predict when World War will happen or tell you what the cure for cancer is, but be very he could well be able to predict the winning lottery numbers for tomorrow's 500 million Powerball drawing, or tell you what deadly, undiagnosed condition might be affecting one of your loved ones. Of course, the Prince of Darkness does not go around giving out winning lotto numbers to anyone who asks, and trusting any sort of information obtained from a being commonly described as the father of all lies is liable to land you in a worse situation than you were already in when you started. However, if you're really dead set on finding something out and you've exhausted all other option, there is a way to try and get accurate information out of this guy. You see, like so many of the more urbane villains in popular culture, the devil has a bit of a penchant for games and gambling. Of course, the reason he likes them so much is that he almost always wins, unless you happen to be a fiddler named Johnny or you're being represented by Daniel Webster. You're probably going to get your ass handed to you. But if you're determined enough to want to face all the risks, the long odds, there is certain games the two of you could play to try to win the information you need. First things first, though, we'll start off with a description of the summoning process, then get into the rules of the game, some tips for how to play, and finally, of course, the inevitable litany of arcane shit that might go horribly wrong. In order to contact your conversational partner, you'll need to go to a church at midnight. It doesn't matter what kind of church, small or large, old or new, liberal or conservative, just as long as you're sure it'll be empty. The last thing you'll want is for some preacher to come walking in while you're in the middle of this for the sake of the preacher's well-being as much as your own. The process will probably work best if you try it on a new moon or a full moon, Friday the 13th or Halloween. The actual day is less important than the psychological effect it has on you. As long as you don't try it on Christmas Eve or something stupid like that, you should be fine. The time is important though. You don't have to start or end your ritual at exactly 12 a.m. Greenwich atomic time or anything, but as a general rule of thumb, you ought to show up a bit before midnight and have everything set up no later than 10 or 15 minutes after. Show up a lot before midnight if you don't know how you're going to get in. Shockingly enough, most houses of God tend to lock their doors at night, at least if no one there to watch over them. And remember, we want empty. Got it? There are, of course, certain things you need to bring and certain things you can't bring. For this ritual, you will need a a full can of salt, You won't need to use all of it, but it's always better to have more than you need than to have less. 7 candles, red or white, being preferable. Something to light the candles with. You would be shocked how often people forget this, occult ritual or not. They aren't going to magically light themselves. A length of red string, rope, yarn, or thread. A full length floor or wall mirror, ideally. You'll want to find one of these already present in the church. They're a bit unwieldy to be lugging around with you during the break in. However, if there aren't really any of these, you'll have to bring your own. You also might find it useful to bring some markers, pencils, paper, a flashlight, and any sort of tools that might be necessary to secure entrance into the church. You will not be permitted to bring in any electronics or timekeeping devices. This includes all cell phones, smartphones, tablets, e-readers, MP3 players, PDAs, calculators, wrist watches, pocket watches, kitchen timers, hourglasses, etc., etc. Seriously, it's worse than the SAT. If you are one of those people that has your smartphone practically wired to your brain, don't worry. You can bring those things with you into the church as long as you leave them outside of the room in which you will be doing the ritual. If you brought a flashlight, helpful for finding your way around without attracting unwanted attention, leave it outside also. Also, you don't want to bring in any sort of religious paraphernalia to protect you, especially if it pertains to the Abram religions. And yes, if those gothy black cross earrings you're wearing are hanging right side up, they'll count. If you have any kind of holy symbols like that with you, the devil will simply refuse to show up. Don't worry, you're not going in totally unprotected. In fact, most of the supplies with you are not for any sort of the devil. Summoning ritual, but for your own protection, old superstitions and folk magic remedies to guard oneself from the evil. From what I know of, it affects mostly based on the power of belief. So there are probably numerous other objects, artifacts, and procedures that would work just as well. If you'd like to risk being left helpless at the mercy of the devil in order to test that theory, feel free to experiment. However, for anyone without a psychotic death wish, I'd recommend sticking to the ritual as follows. Once you're sure that you have all the right supplies with you, make your way into the church. Find some place to set up. It can't be anywhere from the main sanctuary where the services are held. Oh, it can be anywhere from the sanctuary to where the services are held, to a Sunday school classroom, to a walk-in supply closet, as long as you have a sufficient amount of opening floor space. There are certain do not to be disturbed. You're certain you're not going to be disturbed. Let me try this. Yeah, that's better. Sideways. uh, and if it's Southern Baptist, you'll need 3 sticks of butter to make the ritual taste better. mm. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Let me try this again. To a walk-in supply closet, as long as you have sufficient amount of open floor space and are certain not to be disturbed. Set up your mirror first. This is where the devil will appear when you summon him. As such, you mustn't complete the summoning until you've laid around certain wards around it. First, surrounding the mirror with an unbroken circle of salt. If the mirror is hanging on a wall or door, lay down a semicircle around it instead, making sure that the salt touches the wall at both ends. Then, wrap your red string around the mirror several times. The color red, especially red string, is symbolic of protection in the folklore of many cultures and religion. This is why red candles are a good idea. Speaking of candles, set them up around your circle or semicircle of salts, spaced at relatively even intervals. No, you don't have to get out a measuring tape and make sure it's exactly perfect, but you do at least try to make it look as though it was set up by someone old enough to be trusted with matches. Light the candles in a clockwise fashion, being careful not to disturb the salt. If you break the circle, you'll have to start over again. All of the candles are lit and burning strongly. Your protective wards are complete. You are now ready to proceed to the actual summoning. To do so, you must first get the devil's attention and demonstrate your resolve by performing some sort of sacrilegious act in the holy space. Turning a crucifix or cross upside down is fairly conventional, but it is not the only option. For example, I know of a kid who once fulfilled his requirement by scribbling obnoxious graffiti all over a painting of Jesus hanging in Sunday school classroom. The nice thing about turning a cross upside down is that once you're finished your encounter, assuming you've survived in one piece, you can just flip it right side up again, and no one's the wiser, sidestepping the relatively minor but still irritating risk of having your Sunday school turn into a reenactment of the Spanish Inquisition for the next month and a half. It's a little bit funny. Once you've finished doing whatever offensive thing you decide on, shut all of the doors in the room and turn off all the lights so that the space is only lit by the candles. Face the mirror and stare deeply into it, concentrating on your desired outcome. There are no incantations, no arcane strings of Latin you have to recite. Just look into the mirror and wish as hard as you can for the devil to appear there. After a few moments of this, when you feel ready, close your eyes and open, or nope, close your eyes and count to 10, then open them. If all has gone correctly, you will no longer see yourself in the reflection. You will be looking at the devil, or at least looking at the way the devil has chosen to appear to you. Chances are he won't look like your conventional red-horned demon with goat legs and a pitchfork, nor any sort of terrible apparition. No point in scaring you off now. Better to lure you in, make you feel safe. To that end, he generally takes on appearance of a fairly average, nondescript human being. If anything, he's prone to vanity. It will lean towards a more attractive end of the spectrum. The only really frightening part of him is his eyes. No matter how hard he tries, he can't hide the sinister gleam smoldering deep within them, the malevolent amusement and hunger, like the eyes of a spider contemplating a fly's struggling in its web. They're supremely confident, those eyes, confident and without pity. Don't look into them too deeply, or you'll begin to feel helpless and paralyzed with dread, losing your hope and your will to fight. Since you're probably just standing there staring at him in shock for a few moments, having on some level expected for a ritual to fail, he'll initiate conversation by asking you, what is it you desire from him? If you can gather your wits enough to string together a coherent sentence, you should respond with something like, I wish to challenge you in a game of question and response. Even if you don't get the words exactly right, he'll know what you mean. He'll accept your request with a wide, predatory grin of anticipation. He's been playing this game for a long time, you see, and he's very good at it. Most humans, on the other hand, are very bad at it. This gives them a chance to, at very least, thoroughly mess with your mind. And at most, well, he'll save that for the litany of shit that could go wrong. You'll have to play it very smart to avoid justifying his expectations. Hi, Jeremy. The general rule to the game is very simple, with a few caveats that can make things more complicated. He'll begin by asking you a question. He always initiates the game. It can be anything from a piece of obscure trivia to a riddle, to an extremely personal inquiry. Don't worry, you won't be immediately plunged into hell if you get a wrong answer or anything like that. As a matter of fact, he won't even tell you whether you got the answer right or wrong. After you've answered his question, you'll get to ask him one in return. Now there's no now let me try this again. Now, here's where the consequences of your response come in. If you answered his last question correctly, he will respond to your question as honestly and accurately as he is able. However, if you answered incorrectly, he is free to lie to you as he sees fit. Perhaps if you've asked him something you're better off not knowing, he'll tell you the truth anyway, more likely. He'll feed you the most insidious, damaging lie he can come up with. Either way, after he's responded, he'll ask you another question. The process will repeat over and over again until you decide to call it quits. Now, you may be sitting there thinking that sounds fairly easy to getting the information you need. All you have to do is wait for a question you can answer correctly and then take that opportunity to ask him what you really want to know, ignoring everything else he said. Well, it's not that simple. The devil will never give you an easy question, one that can be completely sure of how to answer. He may instead give you questions that you have some vague knowledge of, that you think maybe you should know the answer to, but aren't really confident, thus forcing you to endlessly second guess yourself, obsessing over whether or not you can trust the information he just gave you. Perhaps you'll think of what he said as a lie, wish it was a lie, but be eternally consumed by doubt, unable to fully convince yourself that you were wrong, or perhaps you'll have to make a huge choice based on the information he gave you, and be tormented by fear and indecisiveness as you realize that your fate, and perhaps that of the others as well, rests entirely upon whether or not you were able to correctly recall some arcane piece of trivia that you don't even remember now. You'll never remember the exact questions the devil asks you, by the way. That would make it too easy for you to go back and check your responses. Or maybe instead of testing your knowledge, he'll ask you something personal, something you even lie to yourself about. You'll answer him back thinking you've got the question correct. No, I don't resent my sister. Yes, I would turn the money in to the police, but he'll know better. He'll know that you've been lying. He'll lie to you in return, and you'll believe him. You'll believe him until you are no longer able to deceive yourself, and by then it may be too late. Or maybe he won't even give you a chance to get an accurate response at all. Maybe he'll just ask you endless strings of completely impossible questions. making you more and more frustrated and disheartened as you realize you'll never be able to force him to tell you the truth. Questions like, what was the exact height of the Mount Everest in centimeters in the year 1666? Or what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Is that African? Although, knowing his sense of humor, if he's ever asked the later, he might consider African or European a correct response. Ha! Aw. There are a couple of ways to sort out or to short circuit this particular strategy, however. Additional rules and courses of action that make the game more interesting and prevent you from being stonewalled completely. Although, in all honesty, he probably wants for you to try one of those options anyway. The first option is to ask him a riddle instead of a question. If you somehow manage to stump him, he answers the riddle wrong or gives up, he'll be obligated to give you a truthful response to your next question. If he answers the riddle correctly, once again, don't worry. He won't pounce on you like a sphinx or drag you into hell. What will happen is that you will get a pass, allowing him to lie in response to one of your questions he would otherwise be obliged to answer truthfully. Honesty, Honestly, if he gets a pass, you might as well give up and quit. The game right there. It's nearly impossible to determine when he's telling the truth under the best of conditions, adding another layer of complexity by constantly trying to figure out when and if he's used his pass. It's about enough to make any normal person's brain explode. There's no way. Just forget it. The second option is for you to take a dare from him. If you accept it and vow to follow through, then once again he'll have to answer your question truthfully. If you choose instead to reject it, he'll get another pass. Now, before you freak out and reject that whole idea completely, you should know that he won't ask you to do something overly dramatic or unspeakably evil like blow up a hospital or murder somebody. As a rule of thumb, most dares won't involve direct loss of life or any major felonies. However, they certainly won't be easy. Inflicting severe pain on yourself, doing something that terrifies the shit out of you, cutting off a treasured relationship, publicly humiliating yourself or someone you love. All of these things and more, things you might not even be able to imagine, are completely on the table. If you're willing to go that far, to put yourself in that kind of position, you'll get your answer. However, if he manages to come up with one thing that you know you simply can't or won't do, well, once again, you might as well just quit. One last thing. Don't think you can just tell him you're going to do something and then not do it. If you accept a dare and then don't follow through with it, well, let's just say there will be consequences. Just suck it up and keep your promise no matter what it was. Trust me, you're better off that way. Finally, when you've either gotten the information or wanted to give up completely, you may end the ritual by simply thanking the devil for accepting the request, bowing politely at the waist, and bidding him farewell. The surface of the mirror will seem to swim and flicker for a moment, and then you will be looking at your own reflection once again. Only when you are absolutely certain that you're looking into your own two eyes, you may turn away from the mirror, flick the lights back on, and begin dismantling your protections. Now, and this is important even if you haven't gotten the information you wanted, you must end the ritual in this manner before 66 minutes have elapsed. Well, I suppose that technically you have 66 minutes and 6 seconds. Subtle, right? But if you're seriously going to try to cut it that close with any kind of timekeeping device, you're probably screwed anyway. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is that you keep this time limit. You'll save the reason I'll save the reason behind that for the end, but don't skip ahead. I've still got a few important tips on how to play. 1. Be very careful what sort of personal information you give out. Try not to talk about yourself, especially your emotions and problems, any more than absolutely necessary. This guy knows human psychology like the back of his hand, and he will get inside your head. It's like talking to Hannibal Lecter. Give him enough to work with, and even if you don't believe a single word he says, he will still find a way to fuck with your mind like nobody's business. If anything he asks makes you even remotely uncomfortable, do not hesitate to lie through your teeth. There will be plenty of other questions. On a similar note, try to keep the game on track and moving briskly. Unstructured interactions of any kind are to be avoided. Chances are that at some point he will try to draw you off into a tangent, discussing something that fascinates you, analyzing a response you've given him, or finding some other excuse to speak at length about moving the game forward. This is not only a waste of valuable time, but another excellent opportunity to mess with your mind. If you choose to give him a riddle, use one you've made up yourself. If your riddle has never been written down anywhere at all, from the pages of The Hobbit to some sort of lost tome of ancient magic, he will already know the answer. That said, it has to be a legitimate riddle with an answer that makes logical sense from some angle. You can't just ask him something like, "What's green, has 10 legs, and hops?" then claim for some inexplicable reason that the answer was marshmallows. Nor can you ask him a straight question like, "What have I got in my pocket?" He probably knows that anyway. There are no hard and fast rules to determine whether a riddle makes sense or not, but you're a reasonable human being. Well, I think if you've gotten this far, we've determined you're not a reasonable human being. Your ancestors ate from the tree of knowledge. Please, for the love of crap, use common sense. 4. If you choose to take a dare, there is a slight chance that the devil will ask you to do something seemingly easy. Deliver a letter, for instance, or scribble a 10-digit number on a public restroom stall. If he does ask you to do something like this, and you even have a shred of common decency in you, do not attempt. Chances are that he's using you to further his sinister plot. One liable to ruin a lot of lives and harm a lot of people. Who knows, maybe you're the type of person who really doesn't mind throwing an uncommon number of total strangers under a bus to find out what you want to know. But at least be aware that that is what you're doing. Last but not least, be very aware of the time. It may be helpful for you to do some practicing beforehand, for you to get a feel of how long an hour is without a watch. The devil will probably cut off discussing things you're most keen to find out as long as he can. As you near your 66-minute deadline, he'll start trying harder and harder to distract you, to captivate you, and otherwise keep you playing until it's too late. He'll string you along, feed you little glimpses of false hope, keep you thinking, "Just a few more minutes, I'm almost there." Don't fall for it. Don't go over the time limit, no matter what. Now, you might be thinking that this game really doesn't sound all that dangerous so far. Threats of psychological damage rarely seem to carry the same weight as threats of physical, even though their costs are often just as great. Hate to burst your bubble, but the game is far from safe. There are plenty of ways for you to seriously screw yourself over physically and mentally, not to mention spiritually, and that is with these that I will not conclude, in a vain hope that they make some sort of impression. Oh, I'm sorry, that I will conclude. Sorry. First, if you're speaking to the devil, do not let him out of your sight. Keep staring into the mirror no matter what happens. He will undoubtedly try various tricks to make you look away. You will hear noises behind you, feel eyes on the back of your neck, see shadowy phantoms writhing in the depths of the mirror. A cold breath will blow upon you from behind, smelling like a crypt. Deep silence will settle, only to be interrupted by a loud smack directly behind your head, giving you about the worst jump scare, giving you the worst jump scare you've ever had. Hell, the devil may even abandon a measure of his own dignified facade and give you a sudden jump of feigned shock. Sorry. Shouting loudly and pointing behind you with a very convincing look of terror in his face. Whatever he might test you with, you must not look away from him. If you look away, if you lose sight of him completely, even for a second, you will look back at the mirror to find him gone. Well, not gone, out of the mirror, in the room, with you. Exactly how much of your body the police will find the next morning, what state is it in, will depend entirely on the sort of mood he's in. The same thing goes if you break any of the protections you laid down before beginning the ritual, interrupting the circle of salt, letting the red string unwind, knocking over a candle, or letting one go out. Any of these things will free him from the mirror, and then, well, we're all a bunch of creative horror junkies. I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. On a different topic, if you may reach a point in the game, probably after a long series of maddening impossible questions where the devil asks you deceptively simple question, what is your full name? You must not give it to him. Names can be the things of great power, although the devil will, of course, already know your name. Telling it to him yourself is akin to inviting a vampire into your home. Your name is deeply synonymous with your own inner self. Thus, giving him your name is powerful, symbolic, giving him yourself. If you are foolish enough to make this mistake, all of your protections will be for naught. He will seize upon your unwitting offer with a malicious glee, stealing away your soul and dragging you back into hell. At least this way the police will find a complete, unidentifiable body. I think I might be done after this one. Unidentifiable body. I might just chat with y'all for a little while. Oh, where was I? Oh, there we are. As a matter of fact, your vacant shell will probably be totally unblemished, seeming having dropped dead of sheer terror. Last, but certainly not least, there's the matter of what happens if you go over the time limit. This is arguably the worst thing you can do. You won't think so at first. The devil will not give you any indication that you have in fact exceeded the time limit, and you will continue the ritual as if nothing has gone wrong. Perhaps as the devil's image in the mirror trembles and gives way, you'll see a particularly nasty, triumphant smirk flash across his face. But this will be easily dismissed as your imagination. You'll turn the lights back on, gather your belongings, and go to leave the room. But when you open the door, you will see nothing. That's right, nothing. Just a flat, white void extending indefinitely in all directions. Only the room which was reflected in the mirror, will now exist. Incidentally, if you turn back around to face the mirror again, you may catch a glimpse of your own reflection. Perhaps it will even turn and favor you with a smirk and a cheeky wave before sweeping out the door into the perfectly normal church hallway outside. As you may have already figured out, yourself are no longer in that church. Your soul is now trapped in the mirror, and the devil has taken the liberty of possessing your body. Now that you are no longer using it, pound on the glass and scream all you like. You'll never get out on your own. And no exorcist can help you. Don't worry. It's not like you're in hell, right? At least, not necessarily. What you have to understand, see, is that the human soul, stripped bare of its flesh, is deeply volatile and a vulnerable thing, especially when trapped in the land of the living. You are now an entity of purely mental properties, and as such, the barriers between what is real and what you imagine have been completely dissolved. As you fill that reflection room with your angers and sorrows, your fear will be your fear at being trapped. These emotions will begin to coalesce, giving form by your mind. If you're not particularly imaginative, these creatures may not be too terrible, may not be able to inflict too much horror and pain. With time, you may even be able to teach yourself how to get rid of them. If, however, yours is a mind haunted by monsters, a mind that is vibrantly creative and imaginative, and more than usually twisted, well, there's no telling what horrors might come clawing its way out of your maelstrom, tasting sweet release from the confines of your subconscious, hungering for your terror and suffering. They will refuse to be banished, dragging you, kicking and screaming, into an endless positive feedback loop of pain and fear. Needless to say, if you're a regular patron of websites like this one, you're probably pretty well fucked. There's only one way to find and release the mirror and the world you've created therein. They say that if you call to the devil once more and ask him to free you from the mirror, he will be willing to take you out for the usual fee, of course. Who knows if your imagination is twisted and powerful enough to create a personal hell that leaves you begging for the real thing. Those talents might be put to good use. There are over 7 billion people in the world, after all. Even the devil himself can't be messing with all their minds at once. Talented help is always appreciated. Of course, the corollary to your being trapped inside the mirror is now that the devil now gets to do whatever he wants in your body until sunrise. And around that time, your body will mercifully drop dead from the strain of the possession. Autopsy will probably be identified as some kind of coronary event. Don't get too relieved, though. He's preferably capable of stirring up plenty of trouble in those few hours. For instance, he may decide to do something big and dramatic, like purchase a large meat cleaver and go on a murdering spree, starting with the names in the address book and working his way to complete strangers if he has time. Or perhaps he'll focus on one person, someone who trusts you completely, using your persona to get him or her alone and vulnerable, and then, well, no need to describe it. Once again, I'm sure you can think of a few things. Starting to see why they call this the worst outcome yet? Of course, there's also a chance that he won't lay a finger on any of your loved ones, instead deciding to do something a little more subtle, more insidious, like drop off a few nondescript, unmarked packages on certain doorsteps in the dangerous part of town, or locate a particularly dusty, age-yellowed text in the storeroom of your local library and intentionally misfile it in the young adult literature section, or whisper 7 very choice words into the ear of the distracted looking young redhead waiting for the 3 a.m. subway train. Or maybe he'll decide that in this age of wanting and superstition, not enough people are getting interested in his games and the knowledge of them in the danger of being lost. Maybe he'll decide he needs to get a word in a bit more, do a bit of networking, attract some new suckers, challengers. Maybe he'll take a quick peek at your browser history and see the impressionable, curious minds are hanging out these days. Maybe he'll even write a quick tutorial in modern parlance rather than some unscrutable, obsolescent, or I'm sorry, obsolete, demonical text posted on the internet and see how many bites he gets. Haha, maybe I really shouldn't have gone there, but if you've made it this far without shying, a little twist at the end isn't going to put you off this, is it, dear reader? I'm sure there are plenty of intrepid adventurers among you, burning questions you'd like answered, and you're all a smart bunch. You know the pitfalls, you know the conventions. You live and breathe this sort of thing, do you not? There's no way you'd fall into any of the obvious traps, right? You're not some Dick or Jane off the streets after all. You'd be bringing a whole new level of competition. You would. Oh, excuse me just a moment. I think I hear someone calling me. What? You want out that badly already? Must be hell for an imagination you've got there. Perfect. Jesus, that was longer than 20 minutes. This is how long it is. Just check this out. Oh, now it's not doing it. And it closed. How are you guys doing? So who wants to summon the devil? Thank you, Chappy. Loved it. Yeah, that was a long one, and I started messing that one up bad. Oh. Gross. uh, oh, so I blocked it on here, but it doesn't block it on my screen. It's right there. Oh, man. Super. Thanks for asking. It's only 1:53. Jeez. Our chat is creepier than Chappy's stories. Probably is. Chappy, Chappy, Chappy. Chappy, I sleepy. Aw. Go to sleepy, then. I used a mallet around the edges. What are you talking about? Oh, the door is frozen shut. Ouch. least you can't get in trouble for having a dog outside right now. Seeing what y'all are talking about. No, stay inside. Alright, what else do we got? That was a long one, man. Oh, I know Tomino's Hell. Yeah, I've read that one before. I hope my tongue looks like that because of the soda. You read it out loud? No, not on my stream. You want me to? Mm, that's right. Oh, did you? Here we go, so I can see what y'all are saying. Yeah. Hmm. Where am I looking? There we go. A Beginner's Guide to Blood Portals. Hmm. Hmm. My eyes looked freaky. Oh, that's 28 minutes. And that is not a ritual. That is a story. you tried seducing your door? Oh, no, wait. Hmm. What are y'all talking about? I don't know. Hmm. The void ritual. Alright. Do, 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 do. Well, we're a little past it, but it's for Halloween, and this one's pretty easy. This is the void. Rumor has it that every Halloween, during the hours of 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., there exists a void. You must stand in front of a mirror in a pitch black room with your gaze fixated on the mirror. If you can remain in the room when the moment arrives, you will feel a chill seize your body. Place your right hand on the mirror and whisper, "I accept." If done correctly, in the mirror, there will be a faint image of an infant with no flesh and pitch black eyes. He will stare directly into your soul, and you will hear the buzzing of flies and nervous whispering. If you're not able to make out the image in the mirror, but you will be filled with unspeakable terror, the infant will ask you 5 questions about events that have occurred in your life. His voice will sound like the rubbing of sandpaper and will be devoid of all human emotion. For each question you answer incorrectly, um, for each question you answer incorrectly, one of your 5 senses will be consumed and lost to you forever. For each question that is answered correctly, you will be able to recite the names of someone you know. That person will be found dead the next morning with their flesh removed and their eyes missing. I've read that one before. That's a fun one. Well, I think we're done with stories. Um, what are you guys up to? I think I'll use the restroom again. Hey, Catherine, Meredith, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Punchy. I want hot naked ladies in yoga poses. I'm just kidding. For the calendar. I'm just kidding. At work, stop by to say hey everyone. Hey, hey, hey. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Stand by, please. Hey. Put Chappy girls in the calendar. Put it in Teespring. I mean, I think my girls would have to be all wearing my clothing, but then it would have to be also sexy or not. I mean, we maybe two calendars, one for the guy and one for the girls. Oh, oh, oh. Is there Chappy thongs? Um, I don't think so. I don't even know if there's underwear. Let me check my Teespring. I need to make new. There is not. There's leggings. I need to make some new merchandise. I think I'm gonna buy one of the shirts. Um, Let me see here. Yay, Punchy. Ha, I got it. Be right back. Gotta take Buddy out. Um, yeah, I should probably start designing some more clothing. What can I make? All products. No, not mine. Create and sell. There we go. Okay, so it's... Dang it, I have to go to... I'd totally buy Chappy thongs. Let me see here. They're not making this easy on their website. What, let me try this again. Create and sell. I'm logged in, right? There we go. So they have men's and women's t-shirts, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and babies, long sleeve tees, socks, leggings, sleeve print, all over print unisex joggers, all over print swimsuits, all over women's sports bra, all over print women's dresses, indoor pillows, posters, canvas, wall tapestries, beach towels, fleece blanket, shower curtains, comforter, Christmas stockings, Christmas tree skirts, iPhone cases, tote bags, stickers, mugs, Samsung cases all over tote bags, drawstring bags, accessory pouch, cinch sack, hats that are a pain in the ass to even set up, beanies, duffel bags, backpacks, die cut stickers, custom pins, the neck gaiters, which for the life of me I can't can figure out. What is a Christmas tree skirt? It's what you put around the Christmas tree. iPhone cases, Samsung tough cases, custom PVC keychains, and metal keychains. Um, I think I have all that stuff unlocked, but you really have to be a master at Photoshop to be able to do a lot of this stuff. Um, so presents, well, you put the presents on top of the tree skirt. It looks like a round, it looks like a donut with one end open like that. So it's like, and then you put it around the Christmas tree in the bottom to cover the legs from the stand. But yeah, so I need to get someone that's good at Photoshop to help me. But or someone that's designed stuff before. I might go to a Teespring or to Fiverr and give someone my idea just so they can make it for me. Um, like the neck gaiters are the ones you pull up, and then I would just have the big smile with the red eyes if you pulled it up that high. Um, Let me see here. Oh, now they're trying to get me to design something. Yeah, I might make a iPhone case. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. Put my creepy smile on top of a Galaxy. Hmm. I'll get some ideas. I will. Of course, design my own merch, stupid. Um, gonna have to think of something. Hey Aqua, how you doing? Oh, my elbow. We're back up to one says 17, one says 13. Eh. But I got 783 subscribers, which is pretty badass. I need to get that 300 more to get 1,000. Oh my god, Jesse, Mama Guppy is so fat and damn near square. Aw. I wonder if there's creepy stories about fish. Um, that's awesome, Chappy. What's awesome? Something I said? I don't know. Uh, buffets at 10 p.m., Jesse? Indigestion much? Oh, two buffets in a row? Word? Damn. Baby fish are so cute. Um, baby anything are cute because they got big eyes and it just, I don't know. Uh, oh, that felt so good. Oh, hmm. There was a video where this girl went sailing with cameras, and it looked like a plesiosaur went under her boat. All they found was a bloody handprint on the side of a boat. I should make a fish tank background. Oh, how big would a fish tank background be? Because I have posters, and I could probably um, find a way to get, some kind of like a creepy background. Like that'd be kind of cool. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Um, if any of y'all are in the Discord, give me sizes of fish tanks, like inches by inches. Because I actually like. Let me see, where did I put it? Favorites. Yeah, like I buy my own merchandise and stuff. Like that was this one right here, the one where my ring finger is tapping on the wall. That covered up my window, and then the other one is that was my fleece blanket. Um, where is the other picture? Yeah, I bought like the pillows and everything. Hell, I should figure out some booties for him when it's cold. Or some little doggy snowshoes. It's so funny you got all us fish people. I think it's awesome. When I was a kid, my dad always had saltwater fish tanks. We had a, oh, I'm going to get this wrong, so I got to Google this first. Not on this page. That's my, it. God, I think these things are so effing cool. Um, but basically, I want it was a yeah, it was one of these. Damn it. Here, let me do this. Yeah, we had one of these when we were growing up in the fish tank. But we had a male, and he got you can't really see, but he's yellow. But he because the males are the ones that carry the babies, and he had babies in him, and he did not make it. They are so weird, though. They are just so weird. And it's not something you really think about ever. That's what I want. Seahorses. We'll be very careful in getting a seahorse because, like I said, if you get a male seahorse, they carry the babies, and if there's no female to help fertilize the babies, it can hurt him. Really, I mean, pipefish are related to seahorses. Really, pipefish, stupid. Talking to my fingers. Oh yeah, you can tell they look actually pretty closely related. Pregnant male pipefish. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, they're just like seahorses, aren't they? Yeah, they're so weird. Who is it that has the mud skippers? I love mud skippers. I just think those are the craziest. I love crazy, um, just crazy animals like that. Look at that. Check that out. That's kind of crazy. River horses, aka freshwater pipefish. Um, yeah. Um, what is it? My mom had a fish, and what it would do, there was coral in the tank, and one of them, the coral was really holy, had a bunch of holes in it. What are mud skippers? Um, Mud puppies. Um, they're, you'd have to Google them. I'll show you in a minute. But my mom had this one fish that built tunnels. So it was half purple and half yellow. It was a really little fish. It was like that big. And it would go in, it would grab a rock, and then it'd come back out and spit it out. And it finally built a tunnel that it went, and through the other side of the tank, it would show up over here. And then it would go back down and come up over here. And here, I'll show you what a mud skipper looks like. They're a lot smaller than I thought they would be. Or maybe, um, yeah, this is what they look like. Yeah, this is one crawling on land. Mud skippers are amphibious fish presently included in the family, not going to try that. In the subfamily, not going to try that either. There are 32 living species of mud skipper. Um, yeah, they're crazy, man. Come on, load image. Look at these guys, they're beautiful. One of my mud skippers likes to sit on top of a seashell that's full of air and bounce around on the water. It's funny to watch. I'm trying to learn new species of fish. No, you're fine, Catherine. Now we've reached the educational portion of the stream. Yeah. Um, but yeah, I mean that goes along with what I was saying, like seahorses. Oh man, I think just weird, crazy fish like that are just so cool. Um, that's like the barrel eye fish. You guys, y'all are fish people. Y'all probably know about this guy. But check this guy out. His head is clear, and he looks up through his head. Um, See if I can get a better picture. Mm, what the hell, Google? You're killing me right now. Yeah, this is kind of a. This is like a drawing of a barrelhead fish. Like, I'm sorry, I think it only looks up through its clear head. Yeah, it's a deep sea fish. Yeah, they're insane. Um, um, but yeah, I don't know. Just weird fish, man. It's amazing that nature actually created that. I've seen one in a sea special. They rock. Anglerfish, gulls. Yeah. But a female because those are the cool ones. The males are just little parasites that latch onto the back. Um, no, what is it? When I was in Okinawa, they have one of the largest, not anymore, but they had one of the largest aquariums in the world on this little bitty ass island. And they had whale sharks, huge whale sharks. Oh, it was absolutely beautiful. And ouch, punchy, ouch. um, Here, let me see if I can find a picture. Yeah, here's the Okinawa Aquarium. Okinawa Chuchimari Aquarium or whatever. Yeah, this is. You can kind of see some of their stuff. No, son of a bitch, just give me the image. That doesn't do me anything. Add to photos. There we go. Like, that doesn't even really explain the full size of the aquarium, but, like, oh, it's really beautiful there. Whale sharks are scary. I'd be afraid of getting swallowed. Well, I mean, they're actually docile. They don't eat. Um, they eat. What are the little, the same things that looks like the Georgia one. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just a big ass aquarium, man. it's it's huge. Um, what brill or whatever it is they eat? Those little bitty tiny fish. I drew. my friend a birthday card with an anglerfish female on the front and a bunch of tiny male fish and testicle stickers. Sticker with her. Filter feeders, plankton. Um, yeah, they're they're insane, man. uh, they're big bastards, though. Um, I wonder what a whale shark baby looks like. Google that shit. Oh, I found one. No freaking way. Really? That's not a whale shark baby, is it? They're little bitty. Like, check that out. It's a whale shark baby. I'm so sick of the rain, I'm not gonna lie. Why would you lie about that? What was a baby whale shark doing swimming in mid and Maldives swimming pool? Not only is this one serious luck whale shark pup, pause for brief meep, but also a very important one. The first of its ever found in the Maldives until now. The youngest whale shark ever seen in the world was a whopping 11.5 feet long. But this tiny pup found by a fisherman measures just 1.5 feet. Here's the picture. Look at this little guy. He's so cute. He's just so little. He's little. He's gonna be a big boy someday. But without stressful swimming pool. Oh, I guess fishermen caught it and then they put it in the swimming pool. I don't know. Or made a bunch of origami penises with pretty papers for gifts one time. I feel like if your daughter wasn't over 18, I would probably worry about that. Puppy. You wish dragons were real. Um, I mean, I've got one for you if you really want to try it one day. Um, that was a weird noise. She was about 15. Oh, Jesus, Punchy. um, PlayStation VR, and then play Skyrim VR. And have you ever seen koi tattoos that look like male bits? No. Gotta hit that like, Kay. It's late and I work tomorrow. Oh, you gotta hit the hey. Why'd I say like? I don't know. Well, HC Aqua, you have a wonderful night. I don't have to be at work until noon tomorrow, so it's regular time for me. Late, it's barely 10. Again with the Skyrim. Skyrim VR, PSVR. I mean, I hate to be one of those douches and be like, it's so immersive. No, it doesn't look great, but oh, it's so cool. I just love it. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. But good night, HC Aqua. Thanks for stopping by. Alligators aren't real. You're not real, Julie. Um, funny story time. One of the kids that lived in the trailer park we lived at went swimming in the creek and found a baby alligator. Why that's terrifying in its own is because the mother alligator are very paternal, and they're never far off from their babies. Well, he got the baby and he brought it over to our trailer, and we had it in the bathtub. We put a little bit of water in there. It was little. It was like this big. It was the cutest little thing ever. Alligators are extinct. What? No. What are y'all talking about? I've watched videos on dragon eggs. Um, yeah, I don't think dragons were ever real. I mean, dinosaurs definitely were, and I mean, I don't know. I've it goes along with yeah, I've read Tamino's Hell. Actually, I have the image on my computer. If you want. Oh, I opened the wrong thing. What did I do? It's gonna take forever to close. Dinosaurs aren't real. The Earth isn't round. Uh, no, but some snakes can get to very large sizes, and I think in the back of our mind we have these inherent gene memories. Like why are we afraid of the dark? Well, some of the world's worst predators attacked at night, right? Um, so we've created, our mind's eye has done this, and not only are we just scared of things that look similar to, and then we just, make them bigger and bigger, but, we also tell tales, fairy tales, like creepy pastas, are cautionary tales, usually. Um, oh, Jeremy. Um, but, I mean, who's to say if what was the explanation? That so few dinosaurs were actually fossilized that we don't know how many dinosaurs actually existed. So who's to say that dragons aren't real? Um, Cockroaches are so cute. Jeremy, you're such a troll. No, what is that bird I just learned about? Oh, they're so beautiful. These guys. Yes. Cassowary. Have you ever seen a cassowary? Oh, these things are nuts. They have I think that's a dual wattle cassowary, I believe. Is it? Yeah, yeah, that's a dual wattle cassowary, and it's got that keratin on its head, and those like stupid. It's like its middle toe. It's got three toes, and its middle toe is like stupid long, and it'll cut you with it. On the island of Sodor. Yeah. Uh, I mean, to say that. What the fuck is that? Meet the harpy eagle. Oh, no. What the fuck? Look at this. This is. You won't sleep easy after this. Where's it at? Yeah. Check this out. There's a harpy eagle for you. I mean, I think that's a little bit of perspective shooting, but it's still a large bird. Like, in fact, I know that's perspective shooting. Like, yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. Check that shit out. Look at those claws, those talons on that bad boy. Um, oh, what's that other bird that looks kind of like a Muppet? Yeah, the shoebill stork. These guys. That's a real bird. They are creepy as hell looking. Let's find a better picture of one. Oh man. Some birds are just. Ooh. Anyways, I don't know. He looks like he has a secret, like, kind of like that. I'm scared. Emus? Yeah, just big birds. Well, emu is not a fucking bird. What's wrong with me? Wait, is it a bird? Which one's the emu? That's a fucking. That's a. Yeah, 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 that's a bird. Okay, man, I was. What was I thinking? Just, just the. That's like such a derpy fucking face. Thank you guys. I was having a hard time with that. I don't know why I was. They're not as terrifying to me as like a cassowary. Okay, well that's sort of terrifying. How does that make you feel? You ever got your dick sucked by by an emu? I can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Uh, uh, Peacocks are your favorite? No, they're beautiful. Um, Everyone is awake at 2:24. The other day I couldn't figure out what a bat was. I knew it wasn't a bird, but I couldn't remember what it was. Oh, Jeremy, that's creepy. Pretty though for a cockroach, I guess. What are you talking about? Lauren is sleepy. I thought you went to bed. It's 2:43 my time, Texas time. The only real time that matters. Let's be honest, guys, because Texas. Um, I think besides like Puerto Ricans, we're most proud of where we come from, and a lot of Texans. I don't think they can all tell you why they're proud of being Texan. I just think it gets so ingrained in their chats too fast, lurking time. Yeah, I can scroll up though. Oh, I got way lost in the chat. I love bugs. I love all creatures. What was the other bug you were talking about? Domino roach? Oh, why do I feel like those are large somehow? Oh, they're not. They're little. They're like a couple centimeters long. Do my favorite, Chappy. What's your favorite? I don't know what you're talking about. The first one was a pale bordered field roach. Oh, they're pretty-ish. They still look too much like cockroaches to me. What the hell's wrong with my thumb? Oh, okay. I mean, I think insects are real interesting. Well, someone needs to censor you, Zen. What did Zen say? Uh, you guys ever seen a solophage? Oh, what's it called? Um, there we go. Yeah, these guys are pretty cool. If you're talking about pretty bug types. Oh, yeah, this guy. Here's Earl. I found Earl. Add to photos. Come on. Now my phone's being weird. Yeah, so here's Earl. He's a solophage, also known as a camel spider, but he's neither a camel or a spider. He's arachnid. He's actually related to a scorpion. Um, yeah. Well, yeah, camel spiders, wind scorpion, sun spider, solophage. The order includes 1,000 described species and about 153 genera. By common names, they are neither true scorpions, order scorpions, nor true spiders. Much like the spider, the body of the solophage has two tagmata. And nope, they're not. What are they? They're uh, they're their own class. Yeah, so they're not spiders or scorpions. Well, there's a good one for you, if that helps. Um, we got them in the Middle East, and we have them in Texas. So that's kind of cool, right? Well, so they're not aggressively chasing you down. They're really just looking for um, a shadow. I've said cockroach too many times. YouTube thinks I'm a perv. It censors me when I type that. See if it makes it through. You can type whatever you want in my cock, 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 dick, pussy. It doesn't matter. Say what you want. It doesn't. Say whatever you want. This is an adult stream. I don't really care. They're aggressively defensive. Yeah, I mean, if tempted, sure. Not, they're not always. Um, defensive, but you get too close to one, you know, whatever. They're not poisonous, so I typed a full name of a bug and it fucking appeared. What the fuck? Great, now you have a bug hidden somewhere. That's all like nobody has a problem with seeing a spider until they don't see the spider anymore. Long dong burger. Lauren trying out different words. I hate that the world wants to censor you like you can't cuss, which is stupid as hell. Exactly. Um, I mean, there are people that keep solophages and they handle them. I love letting the little ones run up and try to gnaw on my finger. I mean, if that's what you're into, man, I mean, whatever gets your rocks off. Hey, you know, I'm not here to judge, bud. Yes, my cousins like fighting and betting on fighting camel spiders. Now they want to purchase bettas from me. They know I'm breeding VIP fighters. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of messed up. That, I mean, oh, I want to see two sugar gliders fight. I have a funny story. Uh, so, so I went camping in Tahoe with the girl I was dating back in California when I was stationed there, and we were in desolate wilderness. So it means there's nothing out there. It's just wilderness, and it was up the side of a mountain and down the side of a mountain, and then through like 5 miles of woods. I mean, it was a well worn path, and there was tons of people. But oh god, it was the hike was terrible. The We showed up first. We set up camp, and her friends were supposed to come later that night, and they did. We woke up and they were there. Well, they had food with them. Well, I made myself a Captain and Coke and like a large water bottle thing. I also had my water, but I made a large Captain and Coke and I was drinking it. And oh god, I'm gonna get in trouble for this. Well, one way or another, my Captain and Coke got into one of the other couple brought like onion rings and hamburgers and stuff that they couldn't finish the onion rings, and my Captain and Coke spilled into the onion rings, and we left it, or they left it outside or something. I don't know how this happened, but chipmunks got into the the onion rings, and they were getting drunk from eating onion rings. And it was the cutest, most terrible thing ever. Like they would run up to each other, they'd run up to you and go, and then run away, and then they'd run up to each other, and they'd look at each other, and they'd go, and then just run away. God bless it. They'd look at you and kind of, and then run away. Oh, God bless it. It was so funny. Doodle, Swazin. I mean, say whatever you want, Lauren. It's your words. I mean, I feel like y'all are just saying words now to see if I'll delete them. Check out Corydendrum pygmea. They're cockroaches that roll into a ball like roly-polies. Oh, damn it. Corey did a rum. Pygmea. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they're not pill bugs. They are not pill bugs. They are pill bug wannabes. Pill bugs are so cool. Do you know what makes pill bugs so freaking cool? No, I'm telling you, YouTube deleted a comment about a roach. What the? Oh, great. I paused again with a weird look in my eye. That's all I need. Nope. Uh, Properties. Jesus. And there it goes. But maybe y'all can tell me why roly polies or pill bugs are so freaking cool. Can anybody? Uh, oh, great googly moogly. You better watch what you're saying. Um, Pill bugs have gills or gill-like lungs. They're um, they're actually roly poly. Yeah, they're actually oh, what do you call it? I just had the word. They're isopods. And I mean, if you know anything about isopods, they're sea creatures. Yeah, they're land shrimp. Yeah, kinda. They're yeah. So it's kind of weird that they breathe air, so they talk out their asses. Walking popcorn chicken. I mean, I probably wouldn't eat them like that. Just, you'd have to eat a whole bunch of them, and they probably taste like shit. But yeah, they're crustaceans, which include wood lice and their relatives. Isopods live in the sea, in fresh water, and on land. All have rigid, segmented exoskeletons, 2 pairs of antennae, 7 pairs of jointed limbs on the thorax, 5 pairs of branching appendages on the abdomen, and that are used in respiration. Females brood their young in a pouch under their thorax. I mean, that's. They do taste shrimpy. I mean, I don't know. I've never eaten one. I feel like you'd have to, like, this many would feed you, and that would easily be like 150 of them. Bear Grylls ate them. I mean, when Chappy said you better watch what you say, coyotes began going crazy outside. Ate another. Still not good. What are you eating, Julie? I don't know what you're talking about. Um, oh, Julie said she ate a pill bug. Um, oh, but they're so cool. Rubber ducky isopod. Check these guys out. That's a beautiful bug right there. They're called rubber ducky isopods, or yeah. I mean, that's and they're little bitty. Oh, and some isopods are like the size of your hand, so that's really terrifying. Yeah, here you go. Let's find you a large isopod. Here's one. That's a large isopod. When you're eating the wrong species, then sacrifice to the tummy gods. Isopods, yes, finally. For some reason, this image just, I don't know, it freaks me out. I don't know why. Um, but yeah, yeah, I feel like you could probably draw Cthulhu with the face of an isopod and like his body maybe, and then just tentacles everywhere. Um, yeah, isopods are roach. It's a sea roach. I have to sleep after this. Oof. Well, at least the ones I'm showing you live in the sea. June bugs are delicious and nutritious. I mean, what is it? People are looking at, and this was, I mean, I don't know if they're still doing it, but they were looking at approval for the Federal Drug Administration. Is it the FDA or whatever? Food, whatever. USDA, I don't know, whatever. To eat crickets, because crickets are, I guess, not bad for you. Ugh, it's almost daytime. No, it's 3 a.m. Chappy is made of potatoes. If I ever find a species of bug, that. Wait, there it is. That is what I'm going to call the bug. Chappy is made of potatoes. And then some Latin thing on the end. uh. Chappy is made of potatoes, or something, I don't know. Um, June bugs taste awful bitter. Ugh. Zen ginger? How do you know that? I mean, I'm just wondering, really. Crickets smell bad, though. I raise them for feeding. For yourself? Do you just pop them? I guess people dry them out. You can cook them in the oven. I mean, you gotta hit them with a really small bat to knock them out. Like a toothpick with some weight behind it. And then lay them in like a well-oiled cooking pan. Japanese beetles on the grapes. Ugh. I flew into Zen's. Oh, it flew into Zen's mouth. Oh, those. I've had more than one fly in my mouth while camping or barbecuing. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. They look they look like they're poppables, kind of like a cross between a grape and like a kernel of corn that's not fully popped. June bugs are too crunchy. That's why I stopped raising them. LOL. Crickets do smell bad. I raise them too. I mean, YouTube is censoring. What, did someone say something? Griffin loves chocolate covered crickets. Protein's protein. I mean, you can't argue with that if you're starving. And what is it? There's an African tribe or some tribe somewhere that collects the flies and they form them into patties. Mosquito burgers from Africa. Yeah. Yeah, check these things out. Uh, I'm not really getting a good picture here. It just Google. I think they're flies. I don't know. Just Google bug patties, and you'll see what I mean. It just looks really gritty. Oh, they're monitoring Chappy's stream. Maybe they're trying to figure out if I'm gonna get hit that 1K and get people to start advertising, and like, well, this guy seems like a pretty good, well to put together guy. And he's got like tips like that. He's gonna make us a lot of money. Maybe it's the Birds Bees people, and they're like, whoa, you can't be saying that around the Birds Bees execs, guys. Um, Chevy must be a marketing tactic. I can see the resemblance, but yeah, not related. What are you talking about? My local marine store calls them saltwater isopods. I just looked up. You are right. Wait, I'm gonna have to rewind that conversation. I don't know what you're talking about. Was eating ladybugs when he was 3. I thought they were walking. He thought they were walking M&Ms. I'm sorry. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Oh God damn it. Oh, that's funny. Saltwater isopods. What is a saltwater isopod? They're just. I'm not trying to buy. Oh, there's different kinds. Oh, they do not look. There's little bitty ones. Um, my search history is gonna be effed. It's not even porn this time that I'm like some weird porn that. No, it's all bugs and creepy stories. Local library had a bug eating contest which my son entered. Several kids puked. I felt bad that the kids were just trying to win prizes. What? Why would your local library have a bug eating contest? That, like, what? That. I don't. They were eating sand fleas? Oh, sand fleas are those big ones, aren't they? Oh, yeah. Nope. So much nope. So much nope. Yeah, they look like hermit crabs. They aren't that big. Any bug that's this big is a big bug. I mean, I know bugs, like that, but that's a huge bug. but but this to me is a big bug, and I feel like if you were to pick up a bug and fling it at someone as hard as you can and it hurts, that's a big bug. And I feel like sand fleas are big bugs because they would hurt if you hit someone with one. Sand fleas taste good though. Those are little crustacean shrimp relatives too. Taste like shrimp. I mean, I get bit by fleas. It's really painful. Yeah, like real fleas are real painful. It's horrible. They were grasshoppers, crickets, mealworms, etc. Crickets stunk. Yeah, like mealworms. I don't know about eating grasshoppers, but crickets, yeah, mealworms. Um, yeah, that seems really like, hey guys, you should read books. And since you didn't read books, we're gonna feed you. We're gonna let you win prizes of things that you probably should have read a book to know if you should like this or not. I don't know. The idea didn't fully coalesce in my head properly, but something along those lines. Like I feel like that library probably checks out a lot of like Motor Trend and Playboy, not um fucking what's a damn it, Anne Rind or something. We can hide the mealworms worms in pancakes. I caught and cooked sand fleas. The ones in the East Coast beaches are way better than the West Coast. I mean, sure. My step grandma brought back a lollipop that had bugs in it because my step cousin did not believe her. Now she does. So judgy on that library, but you're right. I mean, I want to know if I'm right. Chevy fish? I mean, I had hermit crabs. That was soft boiled. Oh, not a hermit crab. Oh. Have you ever owned. Oh, what is that? DYBBUK? Did you misspell that? Nope. That's a real thing. Oh. Debuk or debook. No, why would I own things that are haunted when I'm already yeah. I've heard of these things. Yeah, you can't really see that well. Yeah, these things are crazy, man. Jewish mythology. Yeah, I would not. Nah. I mean, I already see things that, I probably, let's just be honest. My life is as soon as the sun goes down already creepy enough. I'm one person reading stories to other people online. Like I'm asking spirits to come see me. Like, "Hey, I love creepy stuff. Let me see you so I can show you on camera." Like, no. I don't need. I have a box my husband called a creepy box. It was stuff from where we dated. Um, I had a cursed bracelet from a thrift store. I was glad it flew off my arm. Did you know it was cursed when you bought it? I mean, I feel like, let me be the skeptic. I'll just play the skeptic because I think many of you already know how I feel about ghosts and stuff. Um, on the best chance, that it's not cursed, you already have that thought in your head, even though, let's say you're skeptic, you don't believe in that stuff. But there's always going to be that niggling thread of doubt in the back of your head that goes, well, oh, you didn't know it was cursed. Oh, just bad stuff happened. Okay, fair enough. Like, I wouldn't tempt fate. You know what I mean? So that's why I'd never own like a debug box. Scary spirit box. That's what they should call them. Yeah. Um, I mean, why tempt fate? Like I don't own a Ouija board. Um, my family's superstitious, and I'm like 50-50 on the fence. Like I see creepy stuff's happen to me and my friends, and then the other side is like, well, there's probably a logical explanation to some of it, but you know, on the off chance that it's real, maybe don't tempt fate so much. I mean, when I read these stories, I get affected by them too. You know, um, if it's a scary story, the hair on my arm raises and the back of my neck, like I just saw something. Fuck, I need to. I don't know. It might be something in my eye, but it looked like it was going like this. I don't. Reading Tamino's Hell is tempting fate. It is, and I'm not much of a tempter of fate. What is it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. There's a there's a if you get toxoplasmosis, They say that like, oh, I fucking saw something that time. God damn it, that needs to stop. Anyways, I'm just gonna hold that there. Um, yeah, okay, that's enough for the night. Thank you. I know there was nothing in my eye. I fucking saw something. God damn it, this is creepy. But toxoplasmosis, a lot of entrepreneurs have toxoplasmosis. A lot of motorcycle riders that die in accidents have toxoplasmosis. Like, so it's something you get from in cat feces and contaminated food. But essentially, you can treat it, but it never goes away. Stop vaping. Okay. um, you can treat it, but it never goes away. And what it does, like if a rat has it, right? I heartedly believe that no one in the world knows what they're doing. I mean, how could we possibly? Um, if a rat has it, it becomes sexually. This sounds really weird, but it becomes sexually excited around cat piss, and it causes cats to attack the rat because cats and small animals. And then a cat gets it and it poos out, and then somehow kitty steps on it or whatever, and you touch kitty and whatever, you get the thing and you get it cured. Well, now it doesn't affect you, but it definitely I mean, I can't say definitely, but it changes like the way you think. Like it makes you more of a risk taker. So on the Ouija board, I feel like people that have toxoplasmosis or any of these creepy, um, what do you call it? Rituals that I'm saying. Like people with toxoplasmosis would do that. You have cat poo. Um, I mean, I feel like anybody that owns cats has cat poo. I wholeheartedly believe that no one. Oh, no. Every time I wore it, bad stuff happened. Oh, that was a bracelet. Yeah. Ouija boards are bad. People get themselves into trouble playing with them. They don't know what they are doing. Zozo. If you're ever curious, you should look up Zozo. Um, oh, of course, there's a fucking book. Oh no, it's a movie. Um, what is Zozo? Read this before you ever touch a Ouija board again. I'll read this. I don't know if this is creepy, but just in time for Halloween, I'd like to share with you a story that will make you sleep with your bedroom lights on for at least a week. You're very welcome. It's the same kind of fear that's instilled in me from simply writing it. The fear, by being aware of something, will somehow conjure it. Why am I doing this? Simply because I don't want to be alone with my fear after finding out what exactly this so-called Ouija board demon Zozo is, which has become somewhat of an internet phenomenon in recent years despite being terrifying. I know it sounds like a weird name for a terrifying mythological demon, Zozo, but the name, but that's the name, and trust me, it gets way less terrifying once you read the numerous stories on message boards and Reddit from folks who claim to have. I don't get how that gets way less terrifying. Whatever. Come in contact with Zozo during Ouija board sessions. See, Zozo is a demon that is said to communicate with people via Ouija boards, and according to Thrillist, it is first introduced to the internet via 2009 public message board post written by an ex-Ouija enthusiast named Darren Evans. Since then, it's been covered on numerous sites, including whatever. Do you give me the link? Uh, I don't. Okay, so the planchette of stories. Zozo is a complicated entity, or so it would seem. In most stories, it is initially friendly, sometimes using a different name. Occasionally, it will appear in the middle of conversation with another spirit and interrupt the communication. The planchette performs strange figure eights or inverted Z's. I mean, what's an inverted Z? It's still a Z. I mean, I guess backwards, whatever. And answers become repetitive, but it doesn't take long for the encounter with Zozo to turn frighteningly negative. Omens of a demon. There is seemingly no end to the number of bizarre stories shared online about Zozo. They tend to have certain elements in common, as mentioned above. For example, the encounter with Zozo while using a Ouija board usually involves one of the following events through the list, though the list is not exhaustive. The planchette draws figure eights or Z's on the board. The planchette repetitively calls out Zozo, Zaza, Mama, proving in a rapid left to right or right to left fashion, it's unclear what relation Mama may have to Zozo Demon. In conversation with the spirit, it is interrupted by another entity, which becomes increasingly antagonistic. The entity often claims to be a deceased loved one. If I fucking keep seeing you, man, I don't want to see you. Sit like this. It's difficult to tell which stories about Zozo are authentic and which ones are nothing more than urban legend. Some tell the murders and suicides, the others involve possession, physical ailments, abuse, curses, and other phenomenon commonly associated with the demonic forces. Anyways, Zozo should be afraid of you. I mean, I wouldn't tempt fate like that. It came into possession. I came into possession of a book box when I was cleaning out a friend's attic. I saw it, immediately was drawn to it. It's currently in a trailer on the back property with the rest of the item. What item? Yeah, it's bad to clean out litter boxes while pregnant. Yeah, because toxoplasmosis is bad for pregnant women. Tell the ghost I said hi. Yandiri's asking you to hunt her. So if you could, please. Um, I mean, if you want to tempt fate, that's fine. I'm tired of seeing it. Whatever. And I know I shouldn't be turning my back. Swear to God, if weird stuff keeps happening, I'm gonna tell this guy I'm moving out. I'm gonna get a new place. I always get a weird. He doesn't have curtains on the. She didn't say all that. That's fine, but I'm sure she doesn't disagree with it. Yeah, I need friends. See, there you go. We don't have curtains on the kitchen windows or the sliding glass window. So whenever I walk in there, and I don't want to turn on the light, so I turn on my flashlight, and you cannot see out. The light reflects back at you, and you always feel like, come on over, ghost. Well, there you go, Yandere. Me and my friend made a Ouija board with a cardboard box, and it spelled out Zozo. We said goodbye. The next day, my back was on fire. I had 3 scratch marks on my back. Demons are nothing to play with. Can you invite the entity into a doll? I don't have any dolls for it to. I don't have any stuffed animals either, or do I? That's the last thing I need is a haunted. There we go. I'm just gonna leave that right there. Unplugged phone with a dying battery. That's cool. Um, no dolls. I'm shocked. Why do I think that that's sarcasm? Once again, I don't tempt fate other than read the stories. Yandiri's got tons. Cougar. If you ever see Cougar, uh, Sassy Cougar or Cougar Blue in my stream, her name's Louise. She's awesome people. She's in England. She has a room full. All right, that's weird. I'm not touching my mouse pad at all or my mouse. My hands are down by my side. There's my mouse pad. There's my mouse. Wait. There's my mouse pad right there. And there's my mouse right there. And then it just selected my camera because I get like a green mark on my camera. But read about Rupert the doll. I have. I've read that story. Rupert was creepy. Creepy. Yeah. I mean, other than tempt fate by reading the stories, I don't play with. Uh-uh. That's too much. My mouse moves sometimes too. Yeah, but my mouse would have had to click. So that's. I've read about Rupert the doll. Yes, very, very creepy stuff. Um, maybe I'll read Rupert the doll, the story, tomorrow. That'll be a fun one. How long's my stream been going on for? Do I know? It's 3:27. What is it? What does it not say my stream length is? Whatever. Um, but yeah, freaking. Yeah, Punchy's got some creepy stuff that's happened. I have three dolls with no eyes and can't, or they can talk. Yeah, it's close to the witching hour. It's 3:28. As long as I make it past 3:30, I'll be fine. So we're just gonna stay here and chill out for a few minutes. Uh, the Island of Dolls. God bless it. Stop doing that. Uh, got a notification 3 hours ago for your information. Thank you. Oh, wait, I can just click on the thing and zoom back. 3 hours and 14 minutes. Yeah, there we go. We're at pi. Um, oh, yeah. Your mouse is haunted, Chappy. No, it's not my mouse doing things. It's I keep seeing stuff out the corner of my eye, and there's absolutely nothing over there. And it's just like a little peekaboo, peekaboo, and then it goes away. Like it wants me to see it, and then it doesn't. And that is all I need, because there's a corner right there that if it's hiding and it just wants to, I don't. I I will wet my air mattress, which not good. Hey, ghost, leave Chappy and hang out with me. I watch horror. Yeah, see, Yandiri wants you. Why do I think I just saw a hand? God bless it. Oh man, I don't know what's wrong with me. Ghosts aren't all bad. No, no, I don't imagine. Ask it to make a noise or knock on the. No. Mm-mm. That's tempting fate. How about we read a story? What is this one? I'm getting tired. Here's one. It's called Toys in the Attic, and it's Christmas related. How about I move my computer a little? There we go. Um, here we go. This is written by Nate J82. Christmas has always been a hard time for me. Childhood memories of bickering relatives, drunken tirades, hostile dinner conversations make me wince at the mere mention of the holiday. In the Christmas of 1989, I broke my collarbone on my new toboggan. In the Christmas of 97, my brother drove the family car into a lamp post. In the Christmas of 2000, my grandmother set the kitchen ablaze while attempting to cook a turkey. But it wasn't until the Christmas of 2008 that a real tragedy occurred. Jennifer and I met in the fall of 2002, engaged in the winter of 2004, married in the summer of 2006. She gave birth to our son, Noah, in the spring of 2008. This was our first Christmas together as a family. It was a beautiful new model home in a quiet neighborhood in a peaceful little town. It was just a few days before Christmas when he broke in. While I was staying up late at the office before locking up for the holidays, he didn't take anything. He didn't move a single thing out of place. He just walked upstairs, went after her. The police called it the most senseless and animalistic act they had ever seen, and somehow, with her blood painting the walls, they still never managed to find the monster who did it. And I would never know why it happened. This year was going to be a new start for us, despite the Scrooge-like demeanor. I developed every year at this time. Noah loved Christmas. Almost 8 years old, he didn't have much to say, but everything he did say had to do with stories of Santa, elves, and reindeer. The little scoundrel was a better sleuth than he was a conversationalist. Last year he managed to find his Christmas present beneath my tool bench in the garage, but this year his presents were going into the attic where I knew he couldn't get to them. The mid-century home we purchased after Jennifer's passing was much older, antiquated attic stairs than our old home did. It had just finished I had just finished packing the Christmas presents when in that dusty old attic I realized it was time for his school bus to be dropping him off. As I pushed the heavy attic staircase up, I had a smirk of satisfaction. The child was not making his way up those steps. It was December 11th. Christmas Day was still 2 weeks away. My parents weren't arriving until the 18th. The holiday shopping was done. After school was now out until January, so Noah and I were going to have a few days of holiday bonding to ourselves. This might have been the first Christmas in many years that I would truly get to enjoy. 5 nights ago, Noah stayed up a little later watching holiday specials on the TV. He went to bed around 8:30. I went to bed shortly thereafter. It wasn't until 11 o'clock when I first heard those light footsteps scattering across the hall. I suddenly became alert as the footsteps stopped at my door. I sat up as the door slowly creaked open. It was Noah. I was put to ease at the sight of him, but I was a little alarmed that he was up this late. He never stayed up past 9, let alone wandered over to my room at this time. Noah, what are you doing out of bed this late? Dad, do you believe in Santa Claus? What? Do you? I was a little taken off guard by the question, but I decided to put his mind at ease. Yes, of course I believe in Santa Claus. Why do you ask? Okay, that's good. He needs to know that we believe in him. I know, Noah. Now go back to bed. He smiled before closing the door. I heard his footsteps scattering back down the hall to his bedroom as I quickly drifted off to sleep. 4 nights ago, Noah and I were making Christmas cards for the relatives who would be arriving in the following days. We had construction paper, glitter, scissors, and glue. It was quite a messy scene, but I thought he deserved to have a little fun on his day of vacation. After finishing up the cards, he began to gather them up and look them over. I began to gather them up and look them over with Noah. There's one for Grandma and Grandpa, and there's one for Uncle John, and I paused at the sight of the card addressed to one of the families. Who is this card for, Noah? It's for Santa Claus. He would be really happy if we made him a card too. I smirked at Noah's thoughtfulness and added it to the pile. Later that night, I was awoken by a crashing noise. Suddenly, I heard the footsteps sputtering towards my room again with urgency. Noah, this is the second night in a row. You still believe in Santa, right? Yes, I already told you that yesterday. Okay, I don't think Santa knows that, but thanks. Noah, what was the crashing noise I just heard? Noah shrugged his shoulders in ignorance. He scurried back to his room. I was too tired to argue with him. I was probably just imagining it. I drifted back asleep. 3 nights ago, I was sitting in front of the TV watching a football game while Noah was drawing with his crayons beside me. During breaks, I became increasingly curious as to what he was drawing. When he left the room, I picked it up and realized it wasn't a drawing. It was a list. Hey Noah, is this your list to Santa Claus? Yeah, Santa told me I have to write him one. Do you think we can mail it to him in time? No, I can just leave it here and he knows what I want. Oh, sorry. Do you think we can mail it to him in time? No, I can just leave it here. He knows what I want because it's magic. I nodded at his flawless logic and handed it back to him. Later that night, I heard the scurrying of footsteps across the hall again. I was growing impatient with Noah's sleep cycle, but I was still awake reading at this time. But he didn't come into my room that night. He just stood in front of a door for a moment and ran back to his room. 2 nights ago, I decided to sit down with Noah and ask him about his late night wandering. He suddenly became nervous when I asked, but he finally uttered that he was waiting for Santa to come down the sleigh with his sleigh and reindeer. I couldn't help but smile at this. Santa won't be coming until Christmas, though, Noah. We've got a few more days to wait. He seemingly brushed my statement off and made an odd request. Can we leave him some milk and cookies for when he gets hungry? I wasn't going to argue with him. I'd just make him a deal. All right, but if we do, you have to promise to stay in your bed after bedtime, okay? He nodded excitedly, but he didn't seem as happy about Santa's arrival as he did a few days ago. I guessed that he was getting a little burnt out from waiting so long. Later that night, the scurrying of the footsteps began again. At first, they were faint, but they headed straight to my room. I was more than a little upset at this point as my door opened. Noah, I thought I told you to stay in bed. He came and ate them, Dad. What? The milk and cookies. Santa came. I marched downstairs and had to admit I was surprised to see the milk and cookies were gone. But this wasn't a difficult trick to pull off either. I was done with this game. Noah, Santa isn't coming until next week. And if you keep making up stories and getting out of bed, he's not coming at all. Do you understand? Noah's face turned into tears as he ran back to his room and shut the door. I didn't want to be so mean, but there was only so much foolishness I could take at this time. Last night things got very weird. Noah didn't speak to me for most of the day. I finally apologized to him just to stop. Oh, sorry. I finally apologized to him and told him to stop making up stories. He seemed to be focusing elsewhere, though. I didn't like the disrespectful attitude he was developing. Would you like to tell me the truth about who ate the milk and cookies last night? He just pouted at me with an angry look. He ran back to his room and came back with a folded piece of construction paper. I thought it was his apology. That was until he spoke. This is the card from Santa he told me to give to you. I finally lost it. I took the card and crumbled it up without even bothering to read it. I threw it into the trash bin right in front of Noah. Noah, I do not know what's gotten into you, but Christmas is going to be canceled if you don't stop with these stupid little games. What do you want from me? I want my mom and dad to be back together. He once again rushed off to his room in tears. I felt guilty for managing to make him cry twice in 2 days. We never really talked about his mother. He had every right to be upset now that he was older and was beginning to understand her absence. I let him cool down for a while. I decided to let him sleep in my room, both to comfort him and to keep an eye on him. It wasn't until 11 o'clock last night that he once again woke up. Dad, it's time. I was angry at being woken up at this hour again, but decided to be patient with Noah. Time for what, Noah? Santa has a surprise waiting for us downstairs. I was getting a little nervous at Noah's delusions, but I finally decided to play along. Noah dragged me downstairs, and in the living room, when I saw it for myself, I quickly became scared for a different reason altogether. The tree was lit up with all the presents from the attic. They were laid all around the tree. Noah, how did you get all these presents down here? I didn't do it, Dad. Santa did. The hairs on the back of my neck began to stand on end. There was no way Noah could have lifted all these gifts or even gotten into the attic to find them. And how did Santa get into the attic to get them? Noah turned to me and meekly replied, He's been living up there all week, Dad. He made me promise to keep it a secret. He made me promise to keep it a secret. My jaw dropped as I tried to remain cool. Is Santa still in the house? Noah paused for a moment before answering. No, he said he had to leave after you found your surprise and after you read your letter. Or you read his letter. My breathing became heavy as I started to panic and fear. I rushed across the house towards the waste bin. I pulled out the crumpled letter that I had thrown out earlier and opened it. The front of the card was written in elegant handwriting. All you want for Christmas. I slowly opened the card. Inside, for the letter, I almost burst into tears at the sight of it. It was a picture of Jennifer and me, taken days before her death. Written in blood across the picture was "Together again, soon." My hands were shaking. I couldn't even move. He was back. He was going to finish what he started. On the back of the card, there was no blood. There was an ominous message. Just one simple little line. Ho, ho, ho. Eh, that was alright. How'd you guys like that one? The unseen should be dreams of a life you have to go to documentary websites. Yeah, I think that one was alright. The ending was weak. I was more freaked out in the beginning. Yeah, that's what I feel. Oh, no. Oh, 87 minutes on this story. Oh, man. Nope. 32 minutes. So much nope. How many people we got in here? We still got 11 people. 11 of you night owls. We're going to have to get me to 1,000 subscribers. Y'all think y'all can do that? It's like 300 more. I was more freaked out when the little boy's name was Noah. Why is Noah a freaky name? I don't like stories that are longer than like 10 minutes, I think. I need... How long is this one? 24 minutes. I want to read some of these stories. I really do. Um, I need to open up a screen so y'all can see me better. Let's see if I can do this. There you go. That doesn't help a whole bunch. Let me do this. God, this computer's chugging. Chappy, get Tubi TV if you creepy stuff. What? Oh, get Tubi TV if you want creepy stuff. Oh no, don't say chugging. Oh, your cousin's name is Noah? Yeah, get me to 1,000 so y'all can watch us do rituals. Well, Jay, you're gonna have to fly to Texas. So I don't know if that's gonna be a problem or not. Um, I think it'd be fun though. Oh no, don't say chugging. What's wrong with chugging? Dracula, January 1st, 2020. I think it would be cool to be on the real long ones. Why not read them split over a period of streams? I would. I mean, if I hit 1,000, I would tempt like maybe a not so bad one. I definitely won't do them by myself, Catherine. I would, but like my length of favorites pastas are like really little ones, and I feel like because in 10 minutes you get more of a payoff. If it's 87 minutes, it's gonna be really dull for like 6 streams, and then the last one, if you still remember to watch it, it might be a little bit creepy. I'm still recovering from the chug off I had on another stream Saturday night. Let's take a random pasta. What do they got for me? 47 minutes. And I would love these if I was just sitting in my truck in the oil field reading these. But I'm no longer in the oil field. And Papa's got to, you know, he's got to work in the tomorrow. Let's take another random. It's going to give me the same one, isn't it? At any price. Hmm. We'll read this one. It's got a pretty good rating. This one's called At Any Price. Make sure I'm not kicking over or something. Oh, yeah, stretch them legs out. I got stupid long legs. No, it doesn't. So I can just look up the highest rated short stories, but I've read a ton of them, and I said I was gonna do rituals all night. Now I'm just doing regular pastas. The Disneyland ritual. Let me read this one first, and then I'll do the Disneyland one. Does that work for you? This one's called At Any Price. I'm surprised I'm still able to read. Sound, 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 sound. Yeah. Sound, there's sound back. Um, I'm just being weird. You scared Zen away. Oh no. How y'all doing? Oh, just trying to stretch out my legs. Oh, now I gotta adjust myself. Pardon me. This one's called At Any Price. Usually I'm like more up front and like I still want to read, but I'm tired. Anyways, let me make my screen bigger. Come on. Oh, you don't shrink, you do. Thank you guys for sticking around. I hope y'all are enjoying yourselves. Here we go. Does that help my face? Can you see my face better? I'm checking. Yeah, that's not too bad. You can see me pretty well. Okay. I tell you what, if Mickey Mouse asked me to do I want to see rip my head off, I would scream hello. You want to see me rip my head off? Aw. It's chilly as hell in here. I'm gonna fall asleep so easy. I love it when it's cold. Um, except for when it's cold outside, then I want warm. Why haven't I taken my socks off? God. At any price. Fame. Who doesn't want it? Maybe some other people prefer to stay out of the limelight, but not me. I crave being famous, seek it, fantasize about it endlessly. I can't stop thinking about it and all the power and worth it would bring me to my boring life, terrible life. The world would know me all over. Fans would just wait in line for a chance to. Sorry. Fans would just wait in line for a chance to see me or take my picture. I would be in the newspaper, online, Twitter, all media. Almost everyone in the world would at least have heard my name. The problem was, I had no talent which could make me famous. I can't sing, dance, write, play sports, and am by no means beautiful or a genius. I didn't even want to be famous for those things. To me, even those talents seemed too ordinary. There are thousands of people with those abilities. No, I wanted something even more. Unfortunately, there isn't much demand for a plain, ordinary 20-something woman without a single thing about her. Brown hair, pale skin, ordinary face. My life was so completely miserable that I never smiled, something my coworkers felt the need to remind me of constantly. Gee, thanks for pointing that out. I had no idea I never smiled. Perhaps if they could step into my shoes, they would stop smiling too. I'm just like almost every other woman my age, except for my plainness of the plain, that at least one thing they were good at. Not me, Miss Average. So boring and unremarkable. How could I ever even dream of being anyone special? It was ludicrous, and yet I couldn't stop. All day, every day, I thought about having a better life. It was my first thought in the morning. It was my last thought at night. How could I have been given such a desire and then have no way of making it a reality? It was cruelly unfair. I became obsessed. Soon the thoughts took over almost every moment of my day. It began to drive me crazy, just a little at first, then more and more as my obsession took over. I knew I was losing it. What to do? What would you do in my place? I went to a psychiatrist. He just wanted to talk about having low self-esteem and being happy with what I had. How dare he? Did he not hear what was coming my days and nights? Sorry, nope. Did he not hear what was consuming my days and nights? Did he not understand? Be happy with what I had? That advice was so ridiculous and infuriating. Oh, the rage that built inside of me. You can't begin to imagine. Such a desire, and no way to bring it to fruition. And medication? Worthless. All it did was make my brain foggy and sleepy. How can I even begin to describe this obsession? Imagine having to think about oxygen, water, or food every minute of your life. This wasn't just a desire, it was a need. I had to be famous, or I would have to end my life. I couldn't go on this way. Something had to be done. My mind began to spiral into an unhealthy directions. Who or what could help me with my insane need? What could I possibly do? Try to become a witch and cast a spell on the whole world? And make me seem less something I really wasn't? Ludicrous. Dumb to even consider it. And yet, thinking about the occult made me have another thought. A terrible thought. Could I? Could I follow through with my horrific evil plan? The more obsessed I became, the more real the idea came. What did I really want? What could I give up in order to fulfill my deepest need? It was sick. A small part of me knew that I couldn't get my mind off my plan. I knew that I had to be done. I would do it and reap the consequences later. Determined, I went to the store and purchased a Ouija board. It was the best way I could think of to accomplish what I had to do. Alone in my small, cheap apartment, I turned out the lights and set up ringing of candles, lighting them one by one. I felt a sense of relief I hadn't felt in years. Finally, I was taking action. Damn the repercussions. This was the only way, and it wasn't my fault. I had been driven to it. I sat in the center of the candles with the Ouija board. I had never used one before, having heard it was more dangerous. Then one could never tell what evil forces you might be inviting into your life. But that wasn't what I was counting on. Evil forces to help me carry out my plan. I asked out loud, "Is there anyone or anything here with me now?" The planchette began to move slowly. I knew I wasn't moving it. This task was too important to fool around with. Slowly the planchette spelled, "I am." "Who are you?" I asked, moving a little faster now. It touched the letters. "The one you want." "Can you help me?" I needed to know for sure. The planchette spun to yes. My palms were sweaty, and I was more than ready to see this through. "Do you want what I want?" It answered, "Fame." I started to freak out a bit. This was for real, but I knew I could do this. I just had to be specific. I needed to get exactly what I was seeking, or all of this was worthless. I took a deep breath and announced, "You have to guarantee that I will be one of the most famous women ever. People will boast about seeing me. Men will be grateful for the chance to even gaze upon my face for a few moments. It will be known around the world for many years to come, and my fame will be unparalleled. I don't care if I have to move through time to get it. Put me in the past. Push me towards the future. Make this happen. All. Make this happen at any time at all. I don't care where I am. Make me special and famous. Fame, beauty, desire, worth. I would finally become someone special. I would stand out in this messy, grubby little world as better than someone to be talked about and admired. Better than all those sad, ugly women with their pathetic lives that came and went without notice. I would be recognized and adored. Just as I always wanted, I would be remembered. It was worth any price. Any. Can you do it for me? Tomorrow? Can I wake up tomorrow with all of these things? The planchette moved and stopped on yes. I felt a breath of hope and joy move through me like nothing before. This was it. I could have what I needed. All my longing, my need to be famous for years and years. It was about to be fulfilled. Stunned with happiness, I asked one final question. What's the price? Because there's always a price for such things. Your soul. My heart froze, but I'd known it was coming. I'm sure I wasn't the first person to sell their soul to the devil to get what they needed. No matter, I told myself. It would all be worth it. I would follow through on this terrifying plan. All I mattered, all that mattered was that my greatest desire be granted. I whispered, agreed. So it was done. I made a pact with the devil. There would be no turning back, no begging to undo this, no hope of changing the course to come. I didn't want to. When I woke tomorrow, my wonderful and special life would start. All the pain would be over, and all the rewards would begin. I lay down in the middle of the candles. To be, I'm sorry, I lay down in the middle of the candles, afraid to sleep in my room lest I wake up to find it was all a dream. Of course, I could wake up tomorrow in a mansion or in a private jet traveling to a destination beyond my wildest dreams. It could be anywhere. I sank into a deep, peaceful sleep with a curious smile on my face. A smile that felt so good. How long had it been since I smiled? When I woke up, I could still feel the strange little smile on my face. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to my surroundings. The faint outline of a handsome young man gazed upon my face, and a wonder became clear. I couldn't believe it. Yes, this was the start of my sweet fame. Oh, how I'd longed for this moment. It was finally here. Another face came into view. This was a woman looking at me with a dazed expression, probably jealousy, I told myself smugly. Who wouldn't be? She looked like an ordinary person I'd once been. I started to hear sounds around me quietly at first, then rushing to fill my head. I could hear hushed conversations with footsteps echoing with what sounded like a great hall. Was I queen living in a castle? I needed to know. I tried to look around the room but found I couldn't. I tried to move my head to see but I couldn't. I was stuck in place. What was happening? This wasn't right. I couldn't even blink. Something was wrong. How could I be famous if I hadn't even moved? I tried to open my mouth to speak, but it was as if it was sealed shut. I couldn't move anything. My mind panicked, and I tried to breathe deeply, but my lungs weren't responding. It was as if my whole body was encased in cement. Nothing was working, and I couldn't feel a thing. All I could do was think. Another group came into view. This group contained what looked like a family with small children. "She's amazing," the mother said. "Yes," the father responded. "I never thought I'd ever get to see her in real life." They turned to each other and shared a smile. What was amazing? I'm amazing, but I can't move? I gave up my immortal soul for this? Years and years of what? Another person walked in front of me, an old man with kind eyes who gazed at me thoughtfully. "You know," he mused to the docent, "I've looked at the Mona Lisa 100 times, but I still can't figure out that strange smile on her face means. I've always wondered what she was thinking about when this picture was created." The horror crushed me as I thought of my future, forever trapped in a canvas, famous and admired, just like I begged. My last thought before I descended into true madness was, never make a deal with the devil. He'll give you everything you want, and then some. Well, I read that a little bit weird, but it was kind of fun. Totally ungrateful. What was the story you wanted me to read? You liked it? I feel like I read it like a dickwad, but I don't know, I wanted to try it. Is that the right word? Yeah, whatever. Children shouldn't be watching this, and if they are, well, Disneyland ritual. Thank you. If they are, well, your parents suck, kid. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, I'm trying to look up stuff and I'm making up funnies. I'm sorry. Disney. Oh, Disneyland ritual. Oh man. Your voice made me think of Gene Wilder when he was playing Young Frankenstein. Yeah. Oh, this is a long one. Okay. The Disney Mirror Ritual. Oh man. Have you ever heard of the Disney Mirror Ritual? Don't be fooled by its name or its location at the happiest place on earth. It's a fairly dangerous ritual with a high chance of getting caught. Granted, the payoff is fairly high. It's not known why or how this ritual came to be at Disney World. It was said that each of Disney parks had its own unique ritual, the same consequence of failure. But but the one at Disney World seems to have been most known information. This is a mirror ritual. Mirror mythology is well invoked in Disney stories. Think Beauty and the Beast, Snow White, 1 Hour in Wonderland, and such. I'm sure you might think such rituals could take place at a haunted mansion or one of the spookier rides, but you'd be wrong. The main part of the ritual takes place at Cinderella's castle, roughly the epicenter of the Magic Kingdom. The night part of the ritual must take place between 2 and 4 a.m. To complete the ritual, you will need 3 items: a piece of chalk, a knife that has a handle broken off, in other words, simply a blade. The type of knife does not matter, but you have to sneak it in past security. Oh, you have to be able to sneak it past security. You might want a smaller blade that you can conceal in your shoe or other hiding place. A broken shard of mirror, roughly the size of your palm. You might want to find a pre-broken shard if you believe in the superstition of 7 years of bad luck. The ritual begins during the daylight hours of the Magic Kingdom section of Disney World. During the day, you must hide the 3 items in separate areas of the park. The areas to choose from are Main Street, USA, Liberty Square, Fantasyland, Adventureland, Frontierland, and Tomorrowland. Study the map of the park and decide what routes would be easiest to travel undetected. Don't pick distances you can't manage. Keep in mind that the area around Cinderella's castle will be most heavily patrolled by security. While there are security cameras in the park, don't worry about them. Something about the ritual makes them seem to malfunction. Before hiding the items, head to a tunnel going through Cinderella's castle. Be careful here. There are some Disney staff that are aware of the ritual and know to keep an eye out for those attempting it. Hide the chalk in your hand. Pick out a brick that you're able to reach at face level, and when you're absolutely sure no one's watching you. Critical tip: you might want to have a friend make a distraction. Ask any immediate staff questions to get their attention. Mark the corner of the brick with the chalk. Say the words "mirror, mirror," and then leave. This will tell the park you intend to play. You will use the brick during the ritual. Then find hiding places for all the items. At this point, you have completed the daytime part of the ritual. Use the remainder of the time as you will until the park closes. But make sure you find a place you can remain hidden once the park closes for the night. It's not easy, but it can be done. If you decide not to go through with the ritual, retrieve the items, erase the chalk mark, and leave the park. You can only cancel the ritual during the daytime hours. Do not attempt the ritual again, ever. Do not emerge from your hiding place right after the park closes. It will be full of maintenance workers and patrolling security. Wait until at least an hour after the park closes, but remember, you need to be done before 4 a.m. The security presence will be smaller at the hour, but by no means gone. Watch for the roving security guards as you make your way to your items. Adjusting my thing, sorry. Retrieve the mirror shard last, or you will trigger the more dangerous part of the ritual early. If you reach any of your hiding places and items are gone, run. The park does not accept your challenge. You need to reach the entrance and get out, or even get yourself busted by security. This would be much preferable fate. Once you retrieve the mirror shard, you will begin the second most dangerous part of the ritual. Security patrols are no longer your concern. They will have mysteriously disappeared or gone dark. You may see a flashlight beam way off in the distance, but they do not come close to you. Some chalk this up to magic. Others theorize that completing the steps until this park triggers a parallel dimension of sorts within the park regardless of the cause. You have a new concern. Make haste and head towards Cinderella's castle. But once again, try to stay out of the sight. Use the mirror shard to look around corners and behind you to keep the broken blade in your dominant hand. You are on the lookout for figures that have been dubbed the false. The false take the form of Disney mascots you might see during the daytime. Don't be fooled. The paid Disney mascots went home hours ago. It's not exactly hard to tell the difference. Suits worn by these figures will appear filthy, matted, and generally tattered. You will most likely find them lurking around corners, which is why you want to use the mirror first. If you see one of these false in your mirror, take your blade lightly between your fingers and drag it across the reflection on the mirror with the point. This will prompt the figure to move away. However, odds are you will have at least one encounter with a false face to face. They are capable of appearing at will if you are on a straight street or bridge with no turns. Should you see a false at any point, do not as a mirror reflection, shut your eyes immediately. Gently place the mirror shard at your feet and keep hold of the blade. Remain still with your eyes shut and listen for footsteps and a rattling breath. The false will be moving slowly towards you. It will stop at arm's length in front of you and reach. Your only chance to escape is to estimate when it is reaching you. Then reach out and jab the figure itself with the blade. Do not miss. You won't get a second chance at this. Miss, and you fail the ritual. Consequences of the failure are discussed later. If your aim is true, the false will hiss in pain and begin to move away. When the footsteps are no longer audible, you can open your eyes. Oh, sorry. You can open your eyes, retrieve your mirror, and continue on your path. Critical tip: your blade will become weaker each time a face-to-face encounter occurs. If your blade breaks, you will be defenseless. The false will know. Keep face-to-face encounters to a minimum. Should you be successful and arrive at Cinderella's castle, you will be safe. Find the brick you marked. Take your mirror and hold it to the brick. Trace a chalk outline around the shard. When you pull away your hand, the shard will remain on the surface. Step back and turn around 3 times clockwise. Each turn say the words mirror, mirror for a total of 3 times. Upon completing your third turn, You will face the wall only to see that the surface of the bricks has become that of a mirror. Look onto the mirror and you will see a faint outline of a clouded face. Here's where the goal of the ritual comes into play. Make sure you chose the question beforehand. The face will slowly say past, present, future. To choose, nod your head after the mirror says the one you want. If you nod for past, the mirror will show you the answer to a regarding question in the past. It can range from personal mystery, from your own, to who shot JFK. For present, you can ask to be shown a solution to a world problem plaguing you, or an issue the world currently faces. Future, needless to say, it will show you a future outcome yet to pass. Ask the mirror your question and watch your long awaited answer. Once you have your answer, step away from the mirror again, turn around 3 times, now in a counterclockwise direction. Again, each time, say the words mirror, mirror, for a total of 3 times. Upon completing the third turn, the mirror will be gone, and so will the shard. The castle has taken it as tribute. Leave the castle and head back to your hiding place. On your way, drop the blade in the moat surrounding the castle. Keep hold of the chalk. You do not need to be worried about getting caught by security or false at this point. The park respects your accomplishment and will allow you temporary safe passage. However, do not take this gesture as an excuse to linger or explore. This will be taken as arrogance or an insult, and your protection will be revoked. Simply head back to your initial hiding spot as quickly as you can. When you return to your hiding spot, draw a circle of chalk around you on the ground. If in a location with the door, draw a half circle around the door on the floor, remaining hidden until the morning when the park opens and visitors can be let back in. Critical tip: do not fall asleep. Do not respond to any voices or footsteps you may hear, no matter how close the sound gets to you. If you're hiding in a place with a door, do not reach or react to knocks. Damn, stomach hurts. Uh, do not react to knocks, no matter how frantic they become. You will remain safe if you stay awake and quiet. Most important of all, do not follow along if you hear a Disney song being played. This includes singing, humming, or even following the song in your mind. Cover your ears with your hands and don't let the song get stuck in your head. The following day, once you know the visitors have begun to enter the park, leave your hiding spot and immediately head for the exit of the park. Do not stop to do anything, just leave. Drop the chalk at the entrance, and once you have left, never return to Disney World again, ever. The park knows you, and your welcome has been worn out. Now the park has yet to be discussed. The part that is yet to be discussed is what happens if you fail the ritual. Should you be caught by the false during the item retrieval, linger too long outside your hiding place, or completing the night ritual, or answer to voices, knocks before the morning. Should one of the false place their hand on you, you will lose the ability to move freely. If you return to the park after successfully completing the ritual, you will encounter a false that no one else will see. In any case, They will slowly lead you to the entrance of the park. You can walk away then, but no matter where you go or what you do during the night, the next day you will find yourself at the entrance of the park once again. Only you will once again have no control over your actions, as if in a hypnotic trance. You will move towards your fate. Perhaps you will find yourself on a ride with a non-functioning seat restraints, one only to be thrown into the tracks, walking on the above ground monorail tracks with the incoming train behind you, on a riverboat that flips into waters not made for swimming, in the path of an oncoming parade float. Whatever the fate the happiest place on earth has for you, rest assured it won't involve a happily ever after. Well, alright guys, it's 4:31. I've got to get some sleeps. Anyways, I think the stream's gone on long enough. What are we at? 4 hours. Um, and 11 people still. You guys amaze me. I've heard a lot of paranormal games. You are very welcome, Jay. Make sure, if you're not in the Discord, make sure you get in the Discord. Um, I'm not always good at responding to people, but I try to. And I'm no celebrity, so I'm not like totally detached from human interaction. But join the Discord, and we'll chit chat, and maybe we'll write a creepy pasta or something. I don't know. It's a lot of fun in there, and I did make a room for you fish people. Um, I want to give a thanks to my Patreons, all what, four of them, and the tip I got to Patreon today, which was very awesome. Julie, Tinra, Josh, and Pip. Um, and if you want any of my merch, it's on Teespring. I have to update it. If any of you are good at Photoshop, I could use some help on some things. Um, don't forget to downvote and unsubscribe. I don't know. No, you guys are great. Thank you all for for coming to the stream. It's a lot of fun, and I enjoy doing these. I guess I really want to see how many Zen will post before the stream's up. um, but yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, but it's just me just saying that I'm going live. Bella's back. Ayo. Well, we're going offline, so womp womp womp. Sorry, Bella. Um, Thank you, Zen Ginger. You're awesome. Great stream later, all. Yes, thank you very much for coming, guys. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, we'll do it again tomorrow. And if you want to email me, it's creepychappy at Yahoo. Um, if you've got any stories you want me to tell tomorrow night, things that have happened to you, or if you have any requests or you just want to email me. Until next time, stay creepy, my friends, and thanks for coming. Now let's see if I can figure out how to get this computer to work again. Everyone gets an ooh-woo. Oh, look at that. It shows me my subscribers. right. Well, thank you very much. Y'all have a wonderful night. Bye. Maybe I can play some music.